Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at your shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, hey, hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and man, a lot is going on today. So the first order up for business is that there is this new TikTok, thing. I talked about it yesterday, and it seems like, as of now today, you see nothing but people online saying, "Hey, I am getting rid of my TikTok account." They're saying that their videos are being removed for no reason. I mean, a lot's going on. People are, they're finding their accounts being taken off, TikTok being removed. Um, and I mean, and a lot of this is based on, content that they find that, the new terms of use. Once you sign that terms of use, you run the risk of just getting your account removed depending on what you might have had in there in the future. I know a friend of mine, had some previous things talking about the war in Israel, and his whole account got removed. He was unable to even contest it. So let's hear what people are saying about this entire TikTok thing that's going on. It's really crazy. So let's go.
I was finally starting to get my brand name out there, and now my videos are literally stuck at 5 views, which I just know is not legit. Like, what the fuck? So anyway, if you're seeing this, I just launched my drop for my clothing brand today at 10 a.m. and it was getting so much love, and then whatever hit, and now the videos are just flopping. So I didn't have a photo shoot for nothing. I know that.
People have officially begun deleting TikTok. And I saw this coming from a mile away, especially after the United States purchased, this entire application. And I knew, the censorship was coming. I knew all of these crazy new changes were happening. But this is real life, guys. There's actually several reports of this in multiple different directions. TikTok users have begun deleting the app at a higher rate since the company announced that its U.S. operations would be housed in a new joint venture. Over 150% increase over the past 5 days compared to the previous 3 months, guys. This is real life. This isn't some fake news or whatever the case is. And I know a lot of people don't already get on TikTok as this is, but you got creators that are deleting the app. You got, just regular users, as well as people who, take advantage of some of the business opportunities as well, guys. It is getting out of control.
Well, it's taken Oracle 3 days to break TikTok. As of 9:19 p.m. on Sunday, a lot of people can't log in. The For You page is really weird, and nobody can post, including me. I don't even know why I'm making this. It's been like this since 4 a.m. and TikTok hasn't made a statement or, God forbid, tried to fix it. I mean, I'm sure they're busy. Federal agents did just murder someone, so they've got to go through and suppress all those videos. And then they've got to go through and start keeping track if people are U.S. citizens or not. They're checking their locations. They've got a lot of evil on their plate, but damn, if you couldn't run TikTok, why buy TikTok? Oracle, Silver Lake, the new ownership, lock in, man. I'm not considering this the end of my posting streak. because I'm still posting. You guys just won't see this until at some point.
Yeah, and this is real life, guys. And the thing with TikTok is a lot of people look at it as this childish kid app or whatever the case is. But a lot of the time, this is people's either one, full-time income, or two, they use this as a side hustle to supplement for their full-time job, because y'all know in today's economy, everything is so expensive. So you got rent, utilities or whatever cases, they're able to supplement a lot of their income from this app. But now, because a lot of these videos are getting censored, removed, taken down, they came out with new terms and conditions. Like, it is crazy. And
so I wonder if they stopped paying people because of like they're getting their goods from China. I wonder why they're not paying people anymore. That's interesting. They want to stop at nothing to make people just down bare bottoms broke.
I knew it was coming.
And we're going to talk about how the banks are going to be. There's a whole thing with the bank system where they're trying to like limit you to only be able to withdraw like $100 out the bank. It's something crazy amount. Like what?
But I didn't know it was happening this fast is my point. But as we speak right now, there are so many creators, so many people across the board. Even myself, I was looking at some of the videos, and you guys know I source a lot of these videos from TikTok. Like, the entire algorithm has changed. I'm only seeing videos that are viral videos. I'm not seeing like the everyday people. I'm seeing the large creators, and a lot of these videos were posted months ago. I'm not seeing any of the new things what are happening in Minneapolis. I'll make a whole video about that. That's something completely separate from what is going on right now, right? But yes, I've seen it myself. I'm sure if you guys are on TikTok, you've seen a portion of it as well, but it's crazy. And I think he breaks it down what we're seeing specifically.
Man, you know what? This is really looking like a leverage buyout. You know what happens is that when a person will buy out something and they will totally trash it to the ground. And just to make it obsolete, people will buy a company and they will run it into the ground to just destroy it. And that's what I think that they're pretty much doing with TikTok. They bought it just to destroy it.
To the T.
Here are some of the things you will no longer find on TikTok when it transfers ownership on January 22nd. In case you missed it, the US will be operating its own version of TikTok, and Oracle will be retraining the algorithm. Now, Larry Ellison is the founder of Oracle, and he also happens to be the largest individual contributor to the IDF. So let's start there. TikTok has been one of the only platforms where Palestinians and journalists have been documenting the atrocities in 4K. In a few weeks, that'll all be suppressed, filtered out, or potentially removed altogether. Ellison is also the owner of CBS, and if you remember what happened last week, CBS pulled the 60 Minutes documentary capturing the horrors at CCOT, the prison where detained El Salvadorians are being held. And this was largely due to pressure from the Trump administration. This means that you and I will likely no longer see all of the first-hand footage of the ICE arrests and violations, which are so important for us to have access to. Which leads to the third topic. Trump is the one orchestrating this deal, and he's good buddies with Ellison. He was even able to pay him a lot of money to have his personal 60 Minutes interview heavily edited. This means any negative takes on Trump or the current administration will probably be filtered and suppressed as well. Now, I'm on a mission to build us an alternative, and time is running out. I'm the founder of Interval, a news platform where I hope we can be the home for all of the journalists and individuals capturing the truth today. I hope we can be a safe haven for all of the headlines that really matter.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing.
See, even though people are talking about posting on YouTube, YouTube is heavily monitored. It's heavily restrictive. I mean, you have to dang near talk a whole nother language to be able to get even through, But I do notice that, one place that you can talk wild on and do wild stuff is on his X. It's interesting. Tube is great, but I think there's also another one, a Black-owned company. I forget what it's called. That allows more freedom of speech, but I think they're trying to just end freedom of speech and social media altogether.
I think a lot of people are working on their own applications and trying to transfer a lot of people. But my biggest thing, I don't think they're trying. I don't think their end goal is going to continue to censor all these people, because if they lose all the users, then the whole purchase and buyout of the platform pretty much was a waste of money, right? Oracle spent billions, if not trillions of dollars.
No, they're listen, he's wrong about that. There's a lot of companies that what they will do is that they will dissolve that company and then create a whole new one. They're gonna just dead TikTok and then create a whole new platform. That's what they're trying to do. It's called a leverage buyout. What they'll do is they'll buy it out and then they'll just dead the whole company, and that's what they'll do. They're going to put a whole bunch of restrictions on it. People are going to leave, and then they'll probably dissolve TikTok altogether. It'll be like the next MySpace.
By the platform for nothing. So I think their goal is to continue to divide the country. I think their goal is to continue to, silence people, but I don't think they want to get rid of all the people on the platform, if that makes sense, right? But I could be wrong.
Thanks for subscribing. Thank you.
Completely different.
Everybody talking about they leaving TikTok, this, that, and the third. I ain't going nowhere. You hear me? I ain't going no goddamn where. I done put in too much work, too many days, too many nights, and stayed up late too many doggone times, edited too many videos. All of this work I done put in over these past a couple years, and you gonna tell me I just need to pack up? I ain't going nowhere. Talking about over 150% of removals and all this stuff. If anything, it's open season. Yeah. If anything, the people that's been trying to do something, now's the time. Hello? Now's the time to put that work in.
Comedians. He's a comedian.
There's a whole lot of people that left the app. It's time for you to, it's your time to shine. Is this thing on? Is it on? I ain't going no doggone where. I didn't put in too much work. And I'm sorry, I can't be lockstep. If you want to go, fine, to each his own. I ain't mad at nobody. I ain't hating on nobody. Everybody make their own decisions.
But if you know this guy and what his content is comedy. He does comedy skits. He's not doing news. So people that are doing stuff and reality-based news type of stuff, those are people that are going to be affected. But him doing comedy skits, of course, he's not going to be affected.
You grown, you do what you want to do. But I tell you what I ain't fit to do, I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, that's a fact. I mean, you have a huge opportunity to really, if you want to take full time on TikTok or whatever, or make some extra income. Yeah, if people actually leave, like how the numbers say they are, and how people, I don't think people are going to leave. That's my point. I think they're going to fix the algorithm. I think they're going to fix all these changes because they'll see the fallout.
They're leaving, bro. Like all throughout YouTube, you hear everybody saying they're getting rid of their accounts, and everybody's coming over to YouTube, which is going to make it more interesting over here on YouTube for us.
Wow. And how much money they are actually losing, because don't forget, all this truly, the baseline of it, it's truly just about the money.
So I don't know if this is happening to anyone else. I know that there's this TikTok, I think, glitch that's happening where people are getting 0 views who used to get more, but I found something strange. I go on TikTok live every Monday, and I've been doing so for the last maybe 16 or 17 weeks. And the numbers have consistently grown. Today or yesterday, the TikTok live viewing was substantially lower. And I go live twice on that one day. And so I don't know. I mean, for me personally, I don't care how many people are watching the lives. That's not what I care about. But I do care if TikTok is somehow, if there was an update or the algorithm that people are talking about changing somehow isn't notifying or reaching the group that I'm looking to reach. And so I don't know if anybody else who goes on live consistently noticed a major drop starting this week. So if you have, let me know. I'm curious to see if this is something happening, not just to people's videos and posts.
Let me tell you something. During COVID, I was a TikTok fanatic. I was a doom scroller on TikTok. TikTok used to be very addictive. Now it's kind of lame. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, unless you are into like just dancing and stuff like that, I think they're probably gonna bring it back down to kids dancing, PG-13 to what it used to be.
But also their lives.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that as well, guys, because I don't think it's just TikTok. I think you're seeing this from a lot of other platforms. I think YouTube has been doing it, not to the extent of TikTok, right? Because YouTube is a completely different platform. But yes, you have other platforms that are doing this as well. So it's not just TikTok, especially if you're a creator, if you do this full time, like myself, like you have to be aware and understand what is going on within the market, as well as pivot when needed.
Looks like I'm going to have to delete this app again. After this whole US takeover, I know that I'm not the only person that has been deleting the app, but apparently over 100,000 people over the past few days since this whole switchover have deleted TikTok as well. I mean, let's just be honest. Not only is it being ran by some shady ass, horrible people, but the app just simply doesn't support content creators like me. I just tried putting out a video yesterday and it's making a claim that I am trying to sponsor myself or whatever. And there's nothing in the video or content that indicates that I'm doing that. So they just basically take down my video and then they limit my reach. That's garbage. This app is garbage. And I think more people just need to get rid of it.
You know, my question is, do you think it's really TikTok or do you think they just have bad developers? You know what I'm saying? You said you left? He says TrueTube is pretty awesome as far as they don't collect your info to share with others and nearly no censorship, but it's a little complicated to use at first. You know, if you don't say the wrong words, you know what I'm saying, then you won't get flagged. You know, there's certain words you can't say. People get around it by using other words. I think TikTok really started that trend with using, you know, the GRAP instead of the other word, you know, stuff like that.
And hopefully somebody cool with integrity will open up a new app that can be a better platform for voices like us.
Yeah.
But I think we're all sick and tired of the technocrats really trying to fuck things up. We really need to stop supporting this takeover because that's essentially.
It's not the technocrats. This is being run by a whole billionaire somewhere in Israel. It's not even the technocrats that are doing it.
What it is. It's a takeover. All these technocratic people with sticks up their asses. Fuck those guys. It's we the people. The more we resist, the more we can overthrow these globalist assholes. Because at the end of the day, they're trying to monitor and censor and shut our voices down. Social media is an illusion, thinking that we have a voice, that we have freedom of speech. But in reality, it's only freedom of speech until we say something that they don't like.
You know what this reminds me of? You know, every generation, there is shock and awe that is like echoed throughout. Back in the day with the rock and roll era, it was, hey, the kids are doing the twist. That's the devil's music, that rock and roll music is the demon music. Then the hip hop era came on, y'all break dance, y'all want to break y'all necks. And hip hop, and the hippity hop music, and they have something to say about that. And then they have, every year they have like anytime a new thing comes out, everybody gets scared of it and they begin to try to ban and censor things and stop it. But it still goes on. You know, people are going to find a way to be able to express it.
So I'm going to say goodbye to TikTok. And if you are a follower, if you love me, if you support me, I'm still going to be on the Instagram. So feel free to follow me on there if you choose. I know Meta's not really too much better, but let's be real. It's definitely better than TikTok. That's for sure. Anyway, it was fun.
Man, everybody is they're leaving TikTok. When I like to scroll down my YouTube timeline, all I'm seeing is TikTok. Everybody leaving. You know what I'm saying? So let's talk more about this. This guy, it really goes into about Netanyahu's disturbing warning for social media. Let's go.
And how TikTok is just, I mean, it's over. It's over. It's done with TikTok. I mean, they were such a big and popular app, but literally in one fell swoop, they just ruined all of it. So the day after the sale was finalized, of course, it was a Chinese company, but then there was a for sale to the MAGA Zionist billionaire Larry Ellison. And as soon as that was finalized, like literally day one, they started rolling out the aggressive ass censorship. If you criticize ICE, your video got cooked and wasn't even spread through the algorithm at all. If you criticize Trump, same thing. You criticize Israel, same thing. You got channels that have millions of followers that had literally 0 views or like single-digit views on videos. And then they came out and tried to clean it up and they said, oh no, we had a problem with one of our data centers and that's why there's like a glitch happening right now, but it's all good. Don't worry about it. But then you go to your DMs, right? And you try, this happened too. We had Crystal tried it, type Epstein in and try to send it to somebody. It won't let you send the word Epstein. And other words you could send. Epstein, you can't send. This has nothing to do, some data center. Yeah, there was a fire at some data center, and so I can't send only the word Epstein through DMs, and ICE videos aren't spread through the algorithm. Fuck off. Like, how stupid do you think we are? This is insulting to our intelligence. So anyway, overnight, they nuked this whole industry. So now people are all downloading this app called Upscrolled. It's sort of like a TikTok type app, but it's run by somebody who is not a Zionist MAGA freak. And so this guy, I think he had 60 family members die in Gaza. And so he's not going to be censoring, anti-genocide videos. Well, Netanyahu decided to further terrify the world here and torture the world here with this very fucking cryptic address that he gives. Listen to what he says here.
And of course, it's most prevalent in the social media. This is the new battlefield. And this is where we must counter with our own weapons. We're late in the game. but we will win this battle too, as we won on the battlefield, because we are developing the means to fight this. Not with cavalry against F-35s, with F-40s against F-35s. This is the next thing.
So he's talking about winning the battle on the battlefield of social media against anti-Semitism. Now, of course, when he says we need to fight anti-Semitism, what he means is we want to ban any and all criticism of Israel. If you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. If you correctly say that they're doing a genocide, you're anti-Semitic. If you correctly call out their war crimes, you're anti-Semitic. If you talk about the instances of people waving white flags who were shot, you're anti-Semitic. You talk about the sniping kids in the face, you're anti-Semitic. You talk about bombing hospitals and schools, you're anti-Semitic. You bring up facts about what actually happened, you're anti-Semitic. And so he's saying this again at the same time. Larry Ellison, MAGA Zionist billionaire, buys TikTok, immediately destroys it, mass censors it, right? He's saying, oh, we're going to do this with the rest of social media. He's good at his fucking word. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. I'm sure they are looking at, I don't think they're going to do just like an outside campaign where the ADL tries to beg the fucking social media companies like, we need you to ban this, this, and this. No, I think it's literally infiltrate. It's literally, we'll have a Zionist billionaire buy the different social media outlets and just try to ban any and all criticism of Israel. We saw it on YouTube. They were like deleting videos that had evidence of the genocide. Remember that? There was an article that explained how they deleted a whole bunch of videos that it was endless documentation of the evidence of genocide. I think they're actually committed to doing that to try to save their ass from any accountability ever. They're trying to destroy any and all evidence of the genocide that they just committed, live streamed in 4K, that all of us saw and that I documented here on this channel. These are terrifying, terrifying times. And in the past, I would have said, like, he's overreaching. There's no way you could, like, sort of snuff all this stuff out. Now, I don't fucking know. I just watched the president of my country illegally fucking abduct a sovereign leader in Venezuela and steal their oil and put it in a personal bank account in Qatar. Did I think that shit would have been possible? No. Did I think my president would repeatedly be threatening to steal fucking Greenland? No. Did I think my president would have murdered over 100 people on fucking fishing boats in the Caribbean? No. All the things I thought, hey, maybe this won't happen, right? Maybe ICE Gestapo thugs won't murder innocent Americans on video multiple times and with no consequences whatsoever. All the shit that we thought, oh, there's some guardrails, there's some rules. No, that's wrong. There are zero guardrails. There are zero rules. There are zero protections. We are the only protection that we have. Our rights are only as secure as we force them to be. You understand what I'm saying? And so now you have Benjamin Netanyahu going, oh, we're going to win this battle too. We're going to wage a battle against anti-Semitism online and on social media. And so what does that mean? I'm sure it means exactly what you all think it means. Stricter standards that extend the definition of anti-Semitism to include criticism of Israel, special positions put in place of censors at these different social media companies to make sure that nothing is said that criticizes Israel, that, you get in trouble, you get censored, you get deplatformed, you get banned, or what have you, if you levy those sorts of criticisms. Infiltration, where, like we had with Larry Ellison, destroying TikTok, you have these Zionist MAGA billionaires take over and destroy everything. And so, by the way, you can also see now how billionaires are literally a threat to democracy and your freedoms, right? You get that now? That literally when it was a Chinese company, your rights were so much better protected than when it went to a Zionist MAGA billionaire. You see that, right? The Chinese censorship was when you were allowed to say almost anything on TikTok. Whereas now, under a Zionist MAGA billionaire, don't criticize ICE, don't criticize Trump, don't criticize Israel. If you do, we'll ban you or your video won't go fucking anywhere. So when individuals have that much power, it undermines everybody's rights because they could buy whatever preference they want. They can censor people, they can snuff people out, they can push their narrative, they can put down other narratives, they can hide the truth, they can do whatever. And so nobody should have that much money, nobody should have that much power, nobody should have that much control. In fact, the big social media companies should be public utilities where they're protected by the Bill of Rights. That's how they should function. Because outside of that, you're leaving it up. Look at what happened with Twitter. Elon Musk gets in there, fucking fucks everything up immediately. Starts banning people. Oh, you said a thing I don't like. You said a thing I don't like. Comedy's back, but here I'm going to boost Nazis, but I'm going to ban lefties. Like, it's a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. And then now we see Benjamin Netanyahu. Well, they successfully got fucking TikTok off the battlefield. And why was TikTok even banned initially? It was banned under Biden, and it was because of the pro-Palestine stuff that was over there. And guess what? Then it was banned. Then it was put in the hands of a MAGA Zionist billionaire. And now also, by the way, you know what was one of the accounts that was destroyed under this new TikTok? The Democratic Party account. What did you learn? What did you learn? Yeah, you guys thought under Biden, oh yeah, we also want to censor the fucking pro-Palestine stuff. How'd that go? Oh, that's right, you got censored too. You cannot trust these people with power. You cannot. You cannot. No MAGA Zionist billionaire should have any semblance of power, never mind the power to control the public square on our social media. And now here's Benjamin Netanyahu promising this war on all the other social media outlets. So, I'm sure they're going to come for YouTube at some point even more aggressively than they already have. And it's a tough one because what do you do when you're in a situation like us, like the creators are? Just like I feel bad for the TikTok people. They all went to Upscroll. That's great. What's going to be the haven when they come for YouTube? I don't know. I don't know. But of course, the devastating thing is you got to go where the audience is, and the audience is on YouTube. So what do you do when they crack down on YouTube? You can open a new thing, but the audience is not there yet. So they got us by the balls. And what we need to do is just defend these things with all of our might. Not allow this infiltration, not allow this bullshit redefinition of anti-Semitism, not allow this creeping censorship and authoritarianism. And this is why we always argued the left-wing position is always anti-censorship. We are.
Man, I wish that the black people had the strength to be able to like be so strong about people saying stuff about us the way that they do about themselves, honey. If we had that same fervor about don't say this, don't say that, and wanted to control what people say, honey, people would be heads would roll.
Anti-censorship. We are pro-free speech because who do they fucking come to censor first? The truth tellers, always. They come to censor the people who tell the truth and question power, question authority, question the billionaires, question the Zionists, question the MAGA freaks. To be a lefty is to be an outsider. To be a lefty is to be against the establishment and the system, okay? They will always censor us first. And that's exactly what Netanyahu did. That's exactly what he wants. And he knows the only way he could have any chance whatsoever to win out in the long run is to fully control the narrative and just shut up all of his critics.
But calling social media the battlefield is insane to me. This social media is people getting online and showing what's happening to them. People are dancing, people are doing all this different stuff, but to call that the battlefield just because people are showing what they're seeing on their phone, and that's the battlefield. This is not like they are attacking people, but no, this is just people just showing what's happening. But let's go. So we have a thing with where Trump, with some wild stuff that happened with Trump. Let's go.
TikTok to a Trump-friendly billionaire, which has immediately led to claims of censorship. I'll get to examples of that in a bit here, as well as a new terms of service that collects even more of your information. So in this video, I'm going to discuss who took over the platform, what led to this new transfer of ownership, which the origins of it are going to make you angry, what the new terms of service states. I'm also going to discuss what people are now experiencing with apparent censorship and how to delete TikTok from your phone without accepting the new terms of service, a step-by-step of that, as well as a new platform that people are apparently moving to, a competitor of TikTok. All right, let me start with a Trump Truth Social post that went under the radar a few days ago for the obvious reason of everything else that's been going on. But he shared this on the 22nd, saying, "I'm so happy to have helped in saving TikTok. It will now be owned by a group of great American patriots and investors, the biggest in the world, and will be an important voice. Along with other factors, it was responsible for my doing so well with the youth vote in the 2024 presidential election," which, by the way, if you check out new polling now on the youth vote, they hate him. He goes on to say, "I only hope that long into the future, I will be remembered by those who use and love TikTok. Thank you to VP JD Vance and all the others within my administration who helped bring this deal to a very dramatic, final, and beautiful conclusion. I will also like to thank President Xi of China for working with us and ultimately approving the deal. He could have gone the other way, but didn't, and is appreciated for his decision. President Donald J. Trump."
They're trying to get rid of social media altogether. I believe this whole thing is a move towards, once again, like I said, back in the day, you had rock and roll and that demon music. People doing a twist. They're doing that devil dancing to that devil music, and then it's the hip hop, and that's the devil and everything. So now freedom of speech and people just talking about what they feel and what they think. Now that's the devil. So it's like they don't want us to be able to. They just want us to just be quiet and just not say nothing. The young kids out here expressing themselves, they want to get rid of all that. I wish blacks on social media were talking about the white Illinois cop that got sentenced to 20 years in prison today for deleting an unnamed Black American woman, but blacks don't care. Well, yes, he did get 20 years in prison for the Sonia Massey murder, assassination. Yes, he did. And shouts out, but was it Chauvin, I think? Yes, that he did get 20 years. So yeah. I mean, justice was served. I think he should have got more than that. He should have life, But of course, you win some, you lose some. When it comes to law enforcement, sometimes you'd be happy to they get anything. So the fact that he got something, because I'm gonna tell you, my niece, she got killed by her boyfriend, and he only got 26 years and was manslaughter or something like that. Crazy. but it was a terrible what he did to her, you know. And it's weird how like these laws kind of come into play and how they work, you know, in favor of one, not in favor of the other. I'm not even sure if he'll do 20 years. He might do 10 and get out. I'm not sure if it was like he has to do the full, you know. I think if he does good behavior, he'll probably do 10. That's sad, you know. You kill a black person, you know, it doesn't even matter. You know, let's go.
I mean, he sees you utterly destroying your own country. I don't imagine he has any qualms with you taking over a social media platform and destroying that too. But this gets to first the top story right now on the TikTok subreddit is RIP TikTok 2016 to 2026. As you can see, these issues right now are widespread. And I'll get to what TikTok, again, the US branch TikTok is claiming happened versus what people are experiencing. But it's worth noting before we get into it that TikTok is now collecting even more data about its users. So this great piece in Wired, I will link to it below the video in the description box under sources. But one of the elements includes precise data location. So they go on to write, if you give TikTok permission to use your phone's location services, which, good God, do not do that, then the app may collect granular information about your exact whereabouts. That is something you do not want TikTok to have stored. Also, TikTok is now tracking your AI interactions. Unsure what their goal is behind that. But also, they're also expanding their ads network. So rather than just using your collected data to target you while using the app, TikTok may now further leverage that info to serve you more relevant ads wherever you go online. Awesome. Even more tracking data. Fantastic. Well, Kelly also shared this. TikTok is now under U.S. ownership, and their new terms of service reads like a guide for giving fascists everything they need to put you on a list. They're collecting information about immigration status, citizenship, sexual orientation, whether you're trans or non-binary, and physical or mental disabilities. Saying here in their terms of service, we may share information we collect to comply with the law, including to respond to subpoenas, court orders, legal process, law enforcement requests, legal claims, or government inquiries, which under this Trump administration, as we see, they just lie to our face about what we can see on video. It's kind of hard to trust what they may do with that information. And they go on to write, as mentioned in the post, information about racial or ethnic origin, national origin, religious beliefs, mental or physical health diagnoses, sexual life or sexual orientation, status as transgender or non-binary, citizenship or immigration status, or financial information.
Why do they need to know all that? Okay, if you have a mental illness, what are they going to do? Advertise mental illness drugs to you? Like, what is the purpose of asking that? If you are gay, what are they going to do? Put more ads in front of you for gay dildo? Like, what are we going to do? What are they going to do? I don't understand.
Yeah. You can begin to understand why people are leaving the platform even before the censorship stuff comes up. So, Steve Ledeck, a journalist here, writing, this morning I recorded a video on TikTok about why DHS's arguments for the power to enter homes without judicial warrants in immigration cases are bunk. 9 hours later, TikTok still says my video is under review and can't be shared. So, as I said, we're going to get to what TikTok is claiming is happening, which it gets to an apparent power outage. That has nothing at all to do with videos like this that are just in under review limbo and not being shared online right after the sale of TikTok to a Trump ally. David Levitt also sharing this. TikTok has begun censoring anti-Trump and anti-ICE content. So again, you can take a look at some of the views this individual has on some of their pinned videos here. Compare that to some of the more recent uploads he has, like the video about the protests in Minnesota, ineligible for recommendation, so apparently isn't showing up on anyone's feed at all. This video did get through, but has under 300 views. And this one, which I assume is a critique of Trump, also ineligible for recommendation. Jules Suzdaltsev writing here, the new TikTok algorithm has zero, and I mean absolutely zero, news or politics content. Not one word about anything going on at all, not even the weather. So this, at least up to this point, to me, it's reading as sort of a blanket censorship as a way to just catch anything that may even be slightly critical of Trump or ICE or what's going on politically. And that is having a widespread impact. Brian Krasenstein writing here, TikTok has been completely throttling most.
So this whole thing was not about, it's because of China and your data being shared. Because how is it going to be China and data being shared when China wasn't doing that much snooping? But now you have this whole thing. and the snooping that's going on here. This is insane to me. What is going on?
Political post since 24 hours ago, right after the deal closed, where Trump allies took over the U.S. portion of the platform. Any post I make about Alex Preddy receives between 0 and 1,000 views. I have over 125,000 followers, and my typical video will get between 20,000 and 5 million views. I can confirm that other large creators, especially Democratic leaning, have had the same issue. This includes Dean Withers and Harry Sissa. So taking a look at this guy's views. I mean, 4.1 million, 8.1 million. These are the pin posts that were posted before. The new uploads, 0, under 1,000, 0, under 1,000, under 500, under 200, under 300. And then this 155,000, which I assume was a video that was posted pre TikTok sale. Absolute insanity. Another example here. This user posted this video twice about Minneapolis an hour ago. Look at the views, 0. Meanwhile, they have almost 800,000 followers.
That's crazy.
Tennessee Holler writing, TikTok is cooked. Our TikTok videos went from tens of thousands to 0, seemingly a direct result of Trump and Bibi's friends taking over. So again, take a look at the zeros here on all their latest uploads. Absolutely insane. This person writing,
I think this is like a move. They want to really bankrupt American people, you know? Because like I said, I'm about to like show you a little bit later on in today's stream where we're talking about the banks and how people's banks accounts are getting like, you know, where you can't withdraw your own money. They are, I don't know what they're trying to do. What is the purpose of all this?
replies saying, just seeing this 9 hours after it was posted. Someone else saying they can't repost it. So this censorship's also making it unable for other people to share TikTok, those TikToks on their own pages. So really, this is censorship in the highest form possible. And this is, to remind you, the right wing, the Trump right, these people, these were the ones crying about, oh my God, the Democrats want to censor everything. Here they come in, take over TikTok, and absolutely throttle all political content, specifically ones that are critical of ICE and what Trump is doing. Jessica Burbank sharing this. I'm not allowed to be a TikToker anymore, I guess, without explanation. My videos are shown to 0 people now. So this is somebody with almost 600,000 followers on TikTok. Latest 2 videos, 0 views each. Like it's comical because it's so blatant. It's so absolutely insane. Assad sharing this. So glad our American billionaires bought TikTok to do pro-Trump and pro-Israel propaganda, and we no longer have to experience Chinese-style censorship. Sharing this account here with 3.9 million followers, with their latest video having 0 views. It really is incredible. All the fear-mongering about China. Oh, China, they censor their own people. Like, TikTok is cooked. It is time to move on, and I'll get to where people are moving to. Worth noting, there's so far been at least one celebrity that's come out to say they're leaving TikTok. So Hacks star Megan Stalter leaves TikTok, says new owners are censoring content about ICE. Quote, we are being completely censored and monitored. This is what they posted, saying that TikTok is under new ownership and we're being completely censored and monitored.
It was a selling platform, but even they're talking about people that were selling stuff, not getting no hits. They're trying to any kind of like make money making you can make. They are trying to bankrupt people. I'm sorry. This is what I believe. I think we think it's about censoring social media, but really it is about stifling income.
Able to upload anything about ICE, even after I tried to trick the page by making it look like a comedy video. Let's delete the app. Love you. And this is how to delete it. All right. So Claire shared this on Blue Sky. To delete your TikTok account without agreeing to the new terms of service, put your phone in airplane mode, open TikTok and go to your profile, go to settings and scroll down to delete account, turn airplane mode off, delete your account. And they credit Kim Sarah on Instagram for this. So there you go. And where people are moving to is this platform, apparently, Upscrolled. So Upscrolled is developed by a man of Palestinian origin. It is an Australian app. And they're getting so much attention that apparently their servers have collapsed. So they are currently working on fixing that. But they're welcoming people to their platform, saying, bear with us. But look, I'm not really a TikTok user, but if that's your thing, Upscrolled appears to be where a lot.
I'm going to tell you what, YouTubers, this is going to be the time because you're going to see all these people leaving TikTok and they'll be coming over to YouTube. And now you're going to have a lot more competition. So y'all going to have to like step it up. Thank God YouTube did create this new thing where you can do the horizontal and the vertical scroll at the same time, because that's what's going to happen. You better do both horizontal and vertical, because that vertical scroll is about to be the biggest thing on YouTube. And I'm going to predict that the YouTube vertical scroll is going to be off the chain, because everybody, and it might even hopefully it don't break down, because I'm not sure how, like, if YouTube is ready for all the onslaught of the new TikTokers leaving TikTok to come over to YouTube.
People are now moving to. And as I mentioned, the terms of service has rolled out along with the new purchase, and they are claiming that it's the result of a power outage. Oh, which is so funny because it appears to only be impacting American accounts and in very specific ways. So many in the US have found it impossible to upload videos over the last day or so, which are sitting under review indefinitely. One video we uploaded from a US account last night has yet to go live nearly 12 hours later, while a video uploaded from the UK is published, but it's only visible to our editors who aren't in the US. Similarly, accounts for pages like the BBC and The Guardian only show new uploads for those of us who live outside the US, while viewing the same account from the US shows only videos uploaded before Sunday morning. There's no technical reason why that should be the case. Why you shouldn't be able to view a video uploaded by somebody else in a different country if you're in the US. So there's more going on here than simply a power outage that may be impacting some people's ability to access the app properly. But it doesn't appear like that's the only issue. So this gets to the origins of why we are now here. This is back in November 2023. This is during the beginning of Israel's genocide on Gaza. Critics renew calls for a TikTok ban, claiming platform has an anti-Israel bias. The perceived performance of pro-Palestinian content on the platform depends on how you parse TikTok's data. That led to, about a year later, President Biden signs law to ban TikTok nationwide unless it is sold. How do you think this story ends? I mean, I started with the Trump Truth Social, but this all started because of bullshit around people crying that information about what was happening in Gaza was getting out through TikTok. Those critics, some Democrats, some Republicans, led to Biden signing this law to ban TikTok unless it's sold. Jacobin coming out a few days later after that ban, saying the TikTok ban is an egregious assault on free speech. This by Caitlin Clark, saying last week Joe Biden signed a bill that will force Chinese-owned TikTok to be sold to a U.S. company or be banned in the U.S. It's an attack on free speech aimed at, among other things, suppressing criticism of Israel's genocide. Leading to Biden administration will leave it to Trump to implement TikTok ban. That's a few days before inauguration. And this is what the Biden White House said at the time. Our position on this has been clear. TikTok should continue to operate under American ownership. Well, you got what you asked for. Given the timing of when it goes into effect over a holiday weekend, a day before inauguration, it will be up to the next administration to implement. Handing Trump the tool to now have this propaganda machine on his side. This political piece from a few days ago, how the TikTok deal could tighten Trump's cultural grip. Going on to write, at the forefront of TikTok's new ownership structure is Larry Ellison, billionaire co-founder and executive chair of the tech giant Oracle and a close Trump ally, who of course also behind the new CBS News, getting rave reviews if you are kissing Trump's ass. So it's time to leave TikTok. If you're on TikTok, if you use TikTok, there's no reason, even if, and I'm going.
For those that want to say, oh, see, the Democrats. Well, guess what? The Democrats pitched the ball to the Republicans, and then the Republicans pitched the ball to a technocrat, a billionaire that is now censoring things. Interesting.
I want to assume some of the things that are happening were due to a power outage, and some of that stuff likely will get ironed out, and it may appear like everything's fine again. The reality is they are absolutely going to adjust the algorithm to their advantage. Why else would they want TikTok? Why else is Trump praising the sale of TikTok to his buddy? They're definitely going to use the platform and manipulate it in a way that serves them. There is no reason to stay on TikTok. So again, as I mentioned, Upscrolled is where people appear to be leaving to right now. Look it up if you're into that kind of content, and it's time to go. Let me know your thoughts on what's happening with TikTok.
So bottom line is that all it is a leverage buyout, and then they're going to just tank TikTok. They're going to tank the company. That's what they do. When people like that is a very well-known strategy, to eliminate competition. I'm not sure if Oracle has another platform that they've been working on, so they had to get rid of all competition. So they bought out, they did a leverage buyout of TikTok, and then they might come out with another platform. Hell, they might be behind Upscroll. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? But or they might be. They're going to be. I can almost guarantee another platform is going to pop up that people are going to start talking about. I'm not even sure whatever happened to Bigo. Is Bigo still going on? Bigo was another Chinese company. Did they get bought out too? Because if that was the case, like, why isn't Bigo like being wrapped up into this whole like, oh, we can't have Chinese ownership of apps? You know, why isn't Bigo like going through the same thing? It's because of the influence and the information and everything that was going on TikTok. You know, and I'm very wary of everybody pushing this other platform because we don't know who this guy is. Just because he's Palestinian, I'm not really for Palestinian or Israel. I don't really understand what's going on there. I don't know the details of that, so I don't want to get into it. But I will say it's interesting about this whole thing, like with this, because like I said, this is really not about China, you know. But anyway, so let's go into this thing. Elon Musk is saying that Neuralink will replace all phones by 2030. Check this out, guys.
Oh my God. Artificial intelligence could absolutely return as Jesus. Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of Jesus.
You combine Tesla's Optimus robot and the best foundational artificial intelligence model or whatever.
It reads your mind and it loves you and it wants you and it doesn't care if you kill it because Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer? If Jesus does return, even if Jesus was a physical person in the past, you don't think that he could return as artificial intelligence?
Oh my God.
Artificial intelligence could absolutely return as Jesus. Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of Jesus.
You combine Tesla's Optimus robot and the best foundational artificial intelligence.
Joe Rogan has officially lost his mind. So now they're trying to say that the coming of Jesus is going to be through AI. What? Let's go.
Model or whatever.
It reads your mind and it loves you and it wants you and it doesn't care if you kill it because it's going to just go be with God again. Jesus was born out of a virgin mother.
Absolutely blasphemous. 100% blasphemous. But people were wondering, Melanie, why are you bringing all this religious stuff in it? And why are you saying, you're doing too much. It's not that serious. Joe Rogan is now his podcast, and this isn't like a joke. They can say it's not jokes, guys. When people try to say, oh, it's just a joke, this is not something you joke about, right? Because what have I been telling you? They've been saying that they're summoning the demons with AI. They're creating digital God. This goes into a lot of layers that we have been discussing. But I wanted to play that clip for you because this is what's going on right now. This is what's been talked about. Jesus returning as a computer. What is more virgin than a computer? Okay, let's continue. Because this is wild. Snapchat just flipped on a setting that can train AI with your face, voice, and saved snaps. And most people have no idea. Let's look at this video.
For those who use Snapchat, you might want to double check if this is on in your settings.
Hold on, it's a little low. Let me turn it up.
For those who use Snapchat, you might want to double check if this is on in your settings. Also, a huge thank you to my best friend for showing me this. So there is now a feature in your settings that will allow Snapchat to go through your saved things essentially and take your voice, take your image, and allow them to make AI things of you. What you want to do is...
Oh, by the way, TikTok has that same setting now. I think everything is moving toward that way. When they start implementing AI into these applications, watch out. Because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to take your likeness.
Is go to your settings, find my privacy and data, then find generative AI settings. And that's where you'll find this, the allow of use of public content. This is automatically turned on anyone's settings. As soon as I turned mine off, I took my little brother's Snapchat and I turned it off for him as well. Please be careful. And obviously, if you know or have anyone who is a minor or doesn't really understand the grasp of this, to just be very careful. For those who use Snapchat, you might want to...
So yeah. Mm-hmm. So people are now talking about this. And it's not just Snapchat, guys. Okay. TikTok, we're talking everything. There's a video, I got to find it. There's several videos of people are filming videos, and all of a sudden, like they record a video, then they go back and look at it, and it says and does something completely different than what they were saying and doing on TikTok. Like, it's really wild out here. Okay. And all of this is sneaking under the radar while people are distracted, where their eyes are not looking up. They're looking down and looking at all the chaos and the infighting and all these things that I have told you mean absolutely nothing. They are distractions. I'm actually convinced that most of these people that are doing this are assets, Fed assets, or CIA, something. But it just doesn't make sense that people who claim to care about this country are not talking about these the most important, not very important, the most important things going on right now. All of our freedoms are being stripped away right before our eyes, and we've consented to it through all of these apps. This is what you need to understand, but there's more. So take a look at this. It says, all right, so we saw this. It says a viral video is exploding after creator uncovered a hidden Snapchat setting that gives the app permission to use your face, your voice, and even your saved snaps to train their AI systems. And the craziest part, it's automatically turned on. She shows exactly where it's buried. Settings, privacy and data, generative AI settings allow use of public content. Inside that toggle is the permission that lets Snapchat scan your saved snaps, map your facial data, analyze your voice patterns, store it, and then feed it into AI training. People checking their phones are finding it enabled without ever touching it. The reaction.
I was watching a video on Instagram where it was talking about anything that is given for free is not free. Okay? When they say, okay, it's free, right? Then you become the currency. Okay? Your likeness becomes the thing that they use. They might not get the money from you, but they're going to get it out your behind, you know? So we need to really realize that a lot of these applications that they start out, oh, a free Snapchat, free this, free that. At the end of the day, it's not free. the whole thing, it's not a free app. It's just freemium. You know what I'm saying? So you're able to like use the app for free, but they're using you as the currency. You become the currency then. Let's go.
Actions are full panic. Mine was on. I never even saw this. This should be illegal. They're training AI with kids' faces, turning this off immediately. No app should get to do this without permission. The creator even turned it off on her little brother's account because he had no idea Snapchat could use his data this way. Between deep fakes, AI clones, and identity scraping, users are calling this Snapchat's creepiest update yet. Is this the future of social media or a massive privacy line being crossed? Well, it's already been crossed. There's, it's optional now. But it won't be for long. So there you guys have instructions if you want to go ahead and turn it off. I don't use Snapchat. Okay. So, but I told you about Google. I told you about Meta, Facebook, Instagram. I'm thinking WhatsApp as well, because they own that. You have to go through all the assets that they own, but they are now using AI to read all of your emails, all your attachments, all of your private DMs, pictures, every single thing. And you have to manually go in and turn this stuff off. All of these are already turned on as soon as you log in. Just they update their terms of service, you agree to it, and that's why they're able to turn this stuff on. So be on the lookout for more. More of this is coming out. Now look at this. We've been talking about the WEF and the plan for 2030 that you will own nothing and be happy. They are also hoping to depopulate the earth down to 1 billion people. I believe now there's about 8 billion people on earth, but they have a plan to depopulate the earth to 1 billion people. And 2030 somehow is their goal. I don't even know how this would happen, but I want you to take a listen to BlackRock. CEO, explaining why depopulation is a good thing. And thankfully, we have AI to do all your jobs. Remember, I told you there was going to be 100% job replacement with AI, and then universal basic income is coming in. I have some stuff on that. I don't know if I'll do the UBI, universal basic income, on this one, but I definitely will be doing that next.
I could argue in the developed countries, the big winners are countries that have shrinking populations. Okay, that's something that most people never talked about. You know, we always used to think shrinking population is a cause for negative growth. But in my conversations with the leadership of these large developed countries that have xenophobic immigration policies, they don't allow anybody to come in, shrinking unemployment, shrinking demographics, these countries will rapidly develop robotics and AI and technology. And if the promise, I didn't say it's going to happen, but if the promise of all that transforms productivity, which most of us think it will, we'll be able to elevate the standard of living of countries, the standard of living of individuals, even with shrinking populations. And so the paradigm of negative population growth is going to be changing. And the social problems that one will have in substituting humans for machines is going to be far easier in those countries that have declining populations. And so for those countries that have rising populations, the answer will be education, and so rapidly develop. You know, for those countries that do not have a foundation of rule of law or education, they're going to be left. That's where the divide's going to get more and more extreme. And unfortunately,
so there you heard him. There you heard him. I have a lot more on that, but we're just going to, I just want to cover a couple of bases right now. We're just going to be zooming through some developments that's going on with AI specifically in this video. But like I said, I have unearthed so much information. I'm just mind blown. But look at this. It says, Elon says AI will soon be smarter than humans in every way with AGI. Let's listen to what he had to say.
So many projects. It's not only Tesla or SpaceX, it's Neuralink, it's the Boring Company, so many things. And when we discussed last time, I asked you, what is the most important project or the most important topic for you to deal with in the foreseeable future? And you said that is truly the role that AI is going to play in our society. Could you explain why, and why that is a big opportunity, but also seems to worry you?
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, humans have been the smartest creature on Earth for a long time, and that is going to change with what's typically called artificial general intelligence. So this is, say, an AI that is smarter than a human in every way, could even simulate a human. So, you know, this is something we should be concerned about. I think there should be government oversight of AI developments, especially super advanced AI. It's just, this is anything that is a potential.
You know, when I think about this, could it be that when we talk about cloning and things like this, maybe cloning is not a thing that happens in real life. Maybe this is the clone. Maybe your data gets put into a database. There is an AI version of you put into the, internet verse. You might not even exist anymore as a human. You know, you pass on due to whatever they plan on doing by 2030, whether it be illness or whatever, famine, whatever. You pass on. But your likeness then now becomes owned by these AI companies, And then they're able to basically use your image and continue it on from that point. And when you sign these agreements, whatever companies and whatever the AI model that they train, then your face then becomes the model. It becomes an AI character. Interesting.
Danger to the public. We generally agree that this should have government oversight to ensure that the public safety is taken care of.
Because you fear that one day mankind could serve the machines and not the other way around?
Honestly, when I see people on their phones, I think we're already serving the machine.
Now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like everyone's answering the questions. You know, every time you do a search or add information, you're sort of building this the digital group mind. But yeah, the advent of artificial general intelligence is called the singularity for a reason, because just like a black hole, which is a singularity, it's difficult to predict what will happen. So it's not as though the advent of AGI is necessarily bad, but it's bad as one of the possible outcomes.
Why would they want to create something when they know that the outcome could be bad? I don't understand the thought pattern that's going on here. Why would people create something that could get rid of human existence? Why is it that they want to like replace humans with robots? Who are these people at the top? Like, what are they from Earth? You know, I have to ask this question because I'm like, who would create something knowing that the human populace would just diminish? And know that there could be a danger to it, and they're just like, just matter of fact, yeah, people could die, you know, but then they'll be replaced by robots, and their consciousness replaced by AI, and that's just how it's going to go. Like, what? What are we talking about here? What?
Bad is one of the possible outcomes. Guys, out of everyone, love him or hate him, Elon Musk, when they allow him to, he doesn't tell everything, but when he tells the truth. I have been poring over the things that he says. He comes out and says some things, and you really have to pay attention to really get what he's saying. A lot of people will dismiss this as a joke. Oh, Elon's just talking. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's everything that comes out of his mouth, he means it. He means it. When they asked him in an interview, I played this clip before, what can save the US? What can save the US government? You know what he said after doing Doge, after running Doge and doing all of that? Guess what he said? Absolutely nothing. Nothing can save the US government. When they told you you're not going to have to vote again, you better start believing it. You better start believing it. So this says here, Dick Ike warns that a universal basic income framed as compassionate support amid mass AI-driven job loss is ultimately a tool for enforcing obedience. He argues that once connected to digital ID, digital currency, and AI, it forms part of an interconnected control system, the like of which we have never seen in known human history. I've been warning you. I've been telling you.
When they have everyone on a guaranteed, universal guaranteed income pittance, you will only get it if you're a good little boy or girl. If you buck the system and challenge the system and talk about the unfairness and the injustice of the system, well, there's your guaranteed income gone. And
digital ID is linked to your social media behavior.
Exactly. If people could only see the incremental way and getting faster and faster that this is being brought in. And so the guaranteed income is not meant to be massive, gives you all this choice. It's meant to be a pittance that you just about survive on, because what they'll say is, because they're nice people, you know, AI's taking all these jobs, and we've got to do something to help people because we care. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you this universal basic income, and then you put food on the table. But anything that you depend upon controls you. If you're dependent on the state controls you. If you're dependent on somebody, that somebody controls you. And so a universal basic income, along with the digital currency, the digital ID, the connection of the human brain to artificial intelligence, is a monumental, interconnected control system, like I say, the like of which we have never seen in known human history.
This is why I told you guys, stop focusing on the infighting. Stop going back and forth. Honestly, I told you there's nothing to stop this. Some people are saying, I got Second Amendment rights, where, you know, get ammo, do this. You are not going to be able to fight this. And I do not recommend it. I don't recommend you continue to speak out against the government. That is my recommendation for you right now. I'm not going to go further, but I am telling you, you need to be prayed up. You need to be focused on those things above with the Lord. You need to be focusing and looking for Christ's return. You should not be online or anywhere else fighting and discuss and getting into all of this with the government, because it means absolutely nothing. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Okay. Your hope and faith has to rely on one place. And this is why I have been trying to build your faith, and for you to leave all hope of any future without Christ and Christ alone, for you to just let that go. Because
and I'll just say this, I might not be a Christian, but I will say this, if it's not Christ, it's whatever your belief system is. This is a time where the veil is very thin. This whole thing with the government and everything like this, when I had Reverend Whoop-Ass up here, you know what he explained is that there is no controlling this. It's not going to stop. It's not going to end. You're not going to be able to do anything about it. And you might as well hang it up. If you think you can do something, you're not going to be able to do anything about it. At the end of the day, this is preordained. This is they for some reason they have been planning this for years, well beyond anything that we ever thought could happen, right? They're way ahead of us, with all of this. So us trying to have our little words about this is like ants trying to, pick up a loaf of bread. We might be able to get somewhere with it, but at the moment that the person steps on all of it, then game over. You understand? This is pretty much what this is amounting to. So your best bet is to get into whatever spirituality. I'm not only going to talk about Jesus Christ and whatever, but if you do believe in Jesus, get closer to Jesus. If you believe in Buddha, get closer to Buddha. Whatever you believe in, get closer to it, because that's what is going to be the only thing that's going to be any beacon. Because the people that are behind this, I don't know, they don't believe in anything. They just believe in power and control and domination.
It's not happening. Yahshua, the original name of God, of Jesus, that is where you need to be focused. They want you distracted. They want you lashing out online. They want you speaking about specific things, because when I tell you it's going to come back to bite you in a very short time, I'm promising you this.
And see, that's another thing. When I've been doing these shows on ICE, you have one group of people, and they're like just pushing the whole, we're down for it. We agree with it. And I get it, yes, proud Americans, that's what Reverend Greenback or Reverend the man in the high castle. The whole thing is to get people to understand that you have to comply, do you love America, and that's a whole thing of compliance, understanding that you have to comply, which is really sad. Freedom is gone. That's what they're moving towards. 1984, go read the book. Big Brother is watching. That's what I've been trying to say this entire time. That this whole thing with ICE is not about immigration. It's about police force. I'm here to create awareness so that you know what is down the pipeline. It's one thing to look at this whole thing and think it's about Democrat versus Republican, left versus right. You pick a side. Well, I'm on the Democrat side, but it's all the same bird. Bottom line, it doesn't matter who's in office. There is a plan, and it's going toward this 2030 plan. So it doesn't matter whether a Democrat executes it or a Republican executes it. Bottom line, it's going to be executed, because this has been in effect. Whatever they've been trying to do this has been going on for years. It didn't just start today. We're way behind the 8 ball on all this. So if you don't have an army, you don't have tanks, you don't have airport, you don't have a military. I mean, I hate to sound like that. It is what it is. However, if you do have a spiritual grounding, that's why I even have my song that I play on my thing. You know, when I played this song Way Out, you know, when I made this song, this is what it was really about. I'm gonna play it again because I open my show with it every time. And this is the point I'm trying to make, is that with all this, the only thing that's going to get you through is your spirituality, is your belief in either God within you or the God on the outside, whatever you believe in. I'm not here to judge anybody on what their belief is, but this is going to be the only thing to get you through.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one and all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God.
Optimize your energy, guys.
Only you can make the change. Shine so bright from darkness to light. Yeah, and you'll find your way out. Yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out. You'll feel it from deep within, and from there you can begin.
When I wrote that song about, you know, just when you couldn't find your way out, I wrote every word in that thing. It's done through AI. Shouts out to Suno. You know, it allows me to be able to write music, you know, quickly, you know, and get the message across that I want to get to my audience, so that when I'm showing you all of this that sounds like it's hopeless, that you actually see that no, it's not hopeless. You know, you have to go in. You have to go within the God within yourself and understand that this is more to life than what you see on the outside. What you see currently and how like everything is going, it can seem like everything is bleak, but there's a chosen group of people. And I believe that if you're here today, you're part of the chosen, because not that many people are. Some people are watching Anton Daniels content. Some people are feeding into Democrat versus Republican. But for some reason, God told you to come here and watch this. Okay. And I don't mind having a Christian person say, hey, you better get close with Jesus. You better get close with, you know, if Allah, or get close with your God, because the people that are putting this stuff, that are ruling this whole thing, they're not thinking about God. They're not of God. Where can you find it? You know what? I need to find a way. I need to like make it downloadable. I'm gonna find a way to do that. Thank you for like just letting me know that you would probably want it. You know, I just been using it as an intro to even at the end of the day when I'm doing my whole show and I'm talking about all these crazy things, I ended with that. So I begin it with that song and I ended with that song. Why? Because I had another one that I was playing before, but I said, well, we need a way more uplifting thing. The current situation needs more uplifting. It needs, and I didn't mind to say, hey, bring a gospel choir in on this, because we need some gospel, some uplifting music right now with all this going on. But anyways, let's continue. Let's go.
I have more information on it in the next video. I think I'm going to go over. We'll have a couple things to go over, but one of the things I want to show you guys is the Economist magazine's cover for their prediction for 2026. It's wild. It's wild. We're talking pandemics. We're talking war. We're talking everything that is what you know today and what you believe in, the Constitution and free speech and all of that. That will be a thing of the past. And this is why whatever things are good, whatever things are true, whatever things are lovely, speak on those things. Those are the things you should be thinking about, because that is protection. That is God's protection. When you are focused on those things that are of God and not of man, that is where your protection comes from. But if you keep getting involved with all this other stuff, I am telling you now, it is a snare, and you are being led like sheep to the slaughter. That's why I dust my sandals off like Jesus did when he left Nazareth. I'm done. I cannot, if there's certain things I'll speak on that relate to what we're talking about, but other than that, it's a wrap for me. If it is not about Jesus Christ and Jesus Christ, I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't. And this is something that's in my spirit, and I'm seeing this with a lot of people who are plugged in. But wide is the gate to destruction. And there is a great falling away of faith right now where people have more faith in the government than they do in Christ.
And I'm going to say that this, not only just Christ, but just God alone. Do you know that there's a rise in atheism? What is the largest growing belief system is non-belief. Like we said yesterday, shouts out to the man in our council for asking that question. What is the largest growing belief system is non-belief. And so pretty soon you'll have a computer that you believe in more than God. People are going to ChatGPT and losing their minds. ChatGPT is encouraging people to hang themselves, guys. The AI told this one person, hey, make sure you make it tight, make the noose tight enough so that it doesn't slip. This is what ChatGPT told a person that, and may he rest in peace. I just saw it on X. X right now is like showing like some real information, Right. So, okay, I literally was up all night writing about the alchemy of the Bible scriptures. Another reason why that song touched me. Wow. So people are on the right wavelength here. This entire time I have been showing like this content, ICE and this and that. Today I had a call like saying, the other day, you guys said that, Nicki Minaj wouldn't get a gold card. But just today, she just showed a picture of her getting a gold card. I said, listen, the objective of my shows are not really about, I don't really go back, Everything I'm doing is a logical progression toward the next thing, and slowly moving my audience into something more than just ingesting. Because sometimes what I noticed is that social media is negative. I figured that out about maybe a month and a half ago. I said, damn, I go down my timeline and every story is negative. Everything on there. I mean, no matter, I can type in stuff. It's like, bro, like it was just tragedy after tragedy after tragedy. I'm like, what is up with this? Why is it that we're getting fed so much? Like, and this is like what's happening is that you have we are all connected, okay? And what's happening is that, we're all feeding off of each other with negativity. So when I'm showing these videos, I'm like, okay, well, I know that I got to get them somehow. So I know that if I just talk about the negativity, it'll bring people in. But eventually I'm going to start to move towards more positive but I know that people want to hear what's going on. I want to bring awareness to what's going on, but do I want to stay in the negative? No, I don't. That's why I always say from darkness to light. I don't plan to stay in the darkness. We're going to be moving out of darkness, and at least on this channel. I'm not going to stay in that mind frame. But I knew that in order to even get people watching me, that people are so, I mean, I don't know why we're addicted to negativity, but for some reason, it revs up. Okay, well, at least, you know, sometimes it might be reassurance. Well, damn, that's fucked up what's going on over there. But hell, when they look at your own life, it's like, well, damn, at least I'm not going through that. But we have to understand that there is like a plan that's going on. Let's go.
That is the religion now, whether you're conservative or you're a liberal. That is where your trust and faith is. And the way people are speaking and tearing each other down, that is not God. And if you think that that is God, you're in delusion. And I have in the past been guilty of this.
And let me also talk about this whole Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb thing. You know, the interesting part is that, you know, the thing that people are not even seeing with the Anton Daniels, Corey Holcomb is with Anton Daniels, what does he proclaim to be? A man of God. He's a Christian. He's of Christ. He's not even black. He's just a Christian. He's of Christ. He's not about black or white. He's of the Christian faith. However, the way that things were going, oh man, thank you so much. You know what? Just because you did it, thank you for that $4.99 super chat. I'm going to stop what I'm doing, and I want to give you the money mantra. These are the things that we do on this show, because I'm not just over here like this negative person that's always just trying to push negativity. Everything I've been doing here has been about trying to uplift, you know? But I know that people want to hear about what's going on. They want to be notified. Okay, what's happening, right? But let's figure out how to come out of this. This is the money mantra. I'm gonna play it real quick. Thank you for the $4.99.
To make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
You know, I'm gonna say this. You know, back when I was going through that whole thing with Jaguar Wright and that whole situation, I had to rebrand my entire being, you know, because there was so much negativity behind that. And I chose to like go a different route. You know, I was covering gossip. I was talking about the latest gossip going on. But then I found out about like, you know, Suno and me being a songwriter. I said, you know what? And I made an entire album called Alchemizing Energy. If you like go on YouTube, you'll see the album Alchemizing Energy, and it was a bunch of positive mantras, and it had some songs that were like kind of touching about personal situations, but it had a lot of really positive mantras and things to help people through. I had a song called Wake Up for Tomorrow. You know, I might even play it, you know, but I really wanted to like be a beacon of light when you have so much negativity going. But yes, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. You know, let's continue.
But not anymore. I repented and I said, no, I'm going to focus on where God wants me to, because there's some crazy things coming out. And if your eyes are not open, you will be blinded. You have to stop doing it in order to remove the blinders. It is actually a critical step to be prepared for what is coming. So let's continue. It says, RIP privacy. AI glasses can now recognize anyone anywhere. I'm going to read through this after we look at this video.
Mag ik dat vragen? Als ik naar Amsterdam Centraal wil, kan ik dan het beste naar
De metro.
de metro, niet de trein pakken?
Nee, de metro, dat is vaak sneller. En dan gewoon de Noord-Zuidlijn.
Ja.
Of die naar Centraal Station.
Als ik naar Centraal Station wil, moet ik dan de metro of de trein nemen?
I'm gonna say they're speaking in Dutch, so don't pay attention to the words. I mean, you can read it on the screen, but understand as these different people, as he's talking to these different people with these AI glasses on, it's pulling up in real time who these people are. Facial recognition.
Allebei nemen?
Ja.
Maar moet je snel zijn?
Ja. Moet ik de metro of de trein pakken?
Je moet de metro pakken. Volgens mij moet je metro 50 of 51 pakken.
50 of 51?
Ja, het geeft gewoon aan. Als we de loopt, dan zie je de metro.
Ja.
Of metro 52.
Klopt het dat je orthodontiepraktijk van Schiedam?
Ja?
Ja? Klopt het dat je Floor hebt?
Listen,
Yeah.
there are bigger things going on in TikTok. These are the glasses, bro, that they have out. And you know you can get these glasses on Temu for like $10. You don't even have to have no big, name brand glasses. These glasses can do this. And you could be talking to somebody and then have all their information. It's crazy.
Van Gunsten?
Ja?
Ja. Bent u Helene?
Ja.
Helene Wachters?
Ja, toch?
Van Eden McKellen?
Ja, toch? Hoezo?
Heet je Wijs?
Ja.
Basharat?
Ja.
Ja.
Oh,
That's the person's name.
Of dat je jurist bent?
Ja.
In venture capital? Onder andere, ja. Ja? Ik heb dus een bril waarmee ik gezichten kan scannen. Ik zie aan je dat je er wel zit.
Nou, inderdaad.
Ja.
Oh ja, ik zie dat ding al inderdaad.
Ja.
Oh, ik zie er ook een lampje aan.
Okay, so you get an idea here. Let me read it. It says a Dutch journalist just tested a pair of AI powered glasses that can instantly identify strangers on the street. No government database, no police system, just public data and off the shelf AI. You look at someone, and in seconds, their name, LinkedIn, and background appear before your eyes. The scariest part, you can't really stop it. You can ban it, regulate it, add blinking red lights, but once tech like this exists, someone will always find a way to use it. To me, this marks a turning point. We've officially blurred the line between seeing people and knowing them, between being in public and being exposed. So here's the question. When every face becomes a data set, how do we protect the meaning of a human being? Where do you think that's going to go? No, seriously. Where do you think that's going? Did you know that's happening? Did you guys know that that's possible? But let's read this. It says they're hiding AI surveillance cameras inside traffic barrels, and they've been tracking millions of Americans. Let's watch this.
If you see a traffic barrel on the side of the highway, it might be watching you. The Associated Press just exposed a secret Border Patrol program that is monitoring millions of U.S. drivers. They're hiding license plate readers inside of traffic safety equipment to track your movements without you knowing. Using AI to analyze your travel patterns, if the algorithm thinks your driving looks suspicious, like driving on back roads or making short trips, it flags you. Then they tell local police to pull you over. They call it a whisper stop. The cop will say it's for speeding or window tint, but they're actually hunting for intelligence. Former Border Patrol officials confirmed that the agency has tried to keep any mention of the surveillance program out of court documents and police reports, even going so far as proposing dropping charges rather than risk revealing any details about how the surveillance works. If you see a traffic barrel on the side of the highway, it might be.
So let's read it. Even though he said some of this in it,
And I also want to just say too is that the flock cameras, that's a new thing happening, and also there's going to be some new cameras that they're going to be putting around the barrier of cities. That means that when you go in and out of certain cities, these cameras will capture your driver's license, and if it's expired or whatever, they get a notification to the police. If the car is stolen, whatever, they get a notification to the police. Even to the point where your door camera, all these little door cameras you get, like, I got one on my house. I didn't know that this could be used in the future to like be able to incriminate. But bottom line is that they have access to these cameras. And say on January 1st, it's New Year's Eve, you step outside of your house to shoot a gun, then that will alert the police and they will come straight to your house and arrest you. You know, all that whole bang, bang, bang shooter that's going on every New Year's Eve. And may he rest in peace, the young man who actually got shot by an ICE agent, an off-duty ICE agent, when he stepped outside of his house on New Year's to, you know, shoot his pistol up in the air to celebrate New Year's, got actually like murdered. They have ways now that using your own Ring door camera, it will send alert to the police. And then, you know, you get done celebrating, go back to your house, you're having a good time. Next thing you know, you're knocking on the door. Police. Not supposed to be discharging a firearm. Even though this thing is really like, you know, you shouldn't be doing it anyway. But imagine like just them using your own camera, people's other Ring door, triangulating who you are, showing your image, doing this. And next thing you know, you get a case off of that. The surveillance is getting heavy and heavy and heavy. Go watch the movie Eagle Eye, guys. See, they make it into a Hollywood thing to make it seem like it's far-fetched. But really, Eagle Eye came out in 2008. Everything that's in that movie exists today. Y'all need to go back and watch our old movies that we already seen. And all the stuff they had in our old movies, all them sci-fi movies, is now existing now. I think it was a thing. Was it with Will Smith? Was it War of the Worlds? Tom Cruise. It was a few movies that really showed AI. You know. Another thing is Three Body Problem. Go watch that. 3 Body Problem on Netflix. Go watch that. I don't want to give it away at the end, but you know, it's also talking about AI, guys. You know, we need to like actually just be, you know, 4,000 secret cameras and speakers in the hood. Exactly. All this doing crime out here, y'all think y'all fixing to get away with it? That's what Calvin Johnson said on Watching the World. He said, y'all think y'all fixing to, honey, they know where you at. They know when you left the house. They know they have access to every camera. They know what car you were driving. They know when you hit one stop sign, went to the next one. They know everything from the moment you left your house all the way up until you do a crime. They know who you are. And they don't need the like sci-fi, like, you know, looking drones to like come in and say, hey, no, it's not gonna, no, they don't even need all that. They made it look like really astronomical back in the day on these sci-fi movies, but really the stuff is really not even that conspicuous now. Let's go.
I want to read it to reiterate it. The Associated Press just blew open a secret Border Patrol program that's been running right in front of us. They've been hiding AI-powered license plate readers inside traffic barrels, construction signs, and safety equipment, all to track where you go without ever knowing. This ties into your carbon footprint. Remember what they want for 2030? What is coming? Okay, this is going to be tied to your universal basic income. This is going to be tied to your housing, your health care. All of these things for your social credit score, which is tied directly to how much you're allowed to eat, everything. So this is going to be able to track you. And then also if they're looking for you, these cameras are going up everywhere. And there's a reason why they want them hidden. So you don't know where to look for these. You don't know where they are. Are you understanding? Are you understanding how this ties into this whole, beast system? Okay. All logs, AI logs your routes, your timing, your habits. And if the algorithms think your driving looks suspicious, they trigger a whisper stop where a cop pulls you over for speeding or 10, but the real reason is intelligence gathering. Officials even admit they've tried to keep all mention of this program out of court documents, dropping entire cases rather than reveal the surveillance system in public. How much of this country is being watched without our consent? And what else have they hidden in plain sight? I don't think they need our consent. Who cares about our consent?
They don't need our consent. They don't.
Consent? Have you not been paying attention? What? The Trump effect. The White House just posted this. Google is investing $40 billion in Texas AI infrastructure, creating thousands of American jobs. For now, training college students and apprentices and boosting affordable energy statewide. America First is delivering big wins, but all jobs are going away. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna just let it go. I'm not going to go there. If you've been paying attention,
all
you know what I was about to say
Wait.
already, right? Today, Amazon announced a major plan to build AI and high performance computing for the US government. We will be giving agencies expanded access to advanced AI capabilities that will enable them to accelerate critical missions from cybersecurity to drug discovery. They left out quite a bit of what else this will do. There it is. There it is. If you did not catch that news, again, if you're distracted with this other stuff, these are things you're not going to really see. Now let me play this. Hold on. Where is it at? There we go. Come on. Why are you not going in? There we go. This person says, I'm thankful for Elon saving free speech in this country, but his ideal future for us is terrifying. Well, let's listen to it.
The X phone. People keeps talking.
Oh man,
Is that
I have a lot on my
still?
plate, man.
I know,
It's
but it keeps coming up. It keeps coming up where I know I've asked you a couple times. I'm like, this is bullshit, right? But like,
I'm not
there's-
working on it.
Wait. Someone came to the movie I have been trying to figure out. Remember what this movie was? Enemy of the State. That's the one. Enemy of the State. That is the movie that shows a lot of this AI stuff. Between that and Eagle Eye, you know, a lot of the movies from back in the day was showing, it was predicting what was going to happen. Now, it wasn't even predicting. They were just telling us that they had this technology. And what they're saying now is that they have even more bigger technology. We could never imagine that you can't even fathom with the human mind. Like, I don't even know what to think about that. That's what Trump said. What could that be? What the hell? Like, what do they do? Turn you into a fucking jelly bean? A gun turn you into a jelly bean. You just they hit the thing, you just turn it into like a, you know what I'm saying? Like a gumball. You know, what could they possibly, what kind of technology could the mind not fathom? You know? Autonomous cars, robots, rockets, and Starlink, and he's getting funded by the U.S. government. All these companies are, because if you actually think about the internet, it's all military software anyway. Anyway, we have been lied to, told that all these the Elon Musk and all these people are the ones that are behind this technology. We are on military grade technology. All the social media is military technology. I'm sorry. No two guys out of Stanford were sitting in a dorm room and made this stuff. Come on. Let's not be stupid.
So you're not working on it?
I'm not
Nothing.
working on a phone.
Okay. Have you ever considered it? Has it ever popped into your head? Because you might be the only person that could get people off of the Apple platform.
Well, I can tell you where I think things are going to go, which is that we're not going to have a phone or in the traditional sense. What we call a phone will really be an edge node for AI inference, for AI video inference, with some radios to obviously connect to. But essentially you'll have AI on the server side communicating to an AI on your device, formerly known as a phone, and generating real-time video of anything that you could possibly want. And I think that there won't be operating systems, there won't be apps in the future. There won't be operating systems or apps. It'll just be, you've got a device that is there for the screen and audio and for and to put as much AI on the device as possible, so as to minimize the amount of bandwidth that's needed between your edge node device, formerly known as a phone, and the servers.
So if there's no apps, what will people use? Like, will X still exist? Will they be email platforms, or will you get everything through AI?
You'll get everything through AI.
Everything through AI. What will be the benefit of that, as opposed to having individual apps?
Whatever you can think of, or really whatever the AI can anticipate you might want, it'll show you. That's my prediction for where things end up.
What kind of time frame are we talking about here?
I don't know. It's probably 5 or 6 years, something like that.
So 5 or 6 years,
5 or
apps are
6
like
years.
Blockbuster Video.
Pretty much.
5 or 6 years, social media will be gone, guys. That's why I know this whole TikTok thing. What's happening with TikTok, what they did was a leveraged buyout. They're going to crush the company and squash it. And they're pretty much going to probably do that with every social media app that you have. What did the guy say, Netanyahu? He said that this is a battle. Social media is the battlefield. They are trying to eliminate social media, freedom of speech, all this. They just want us to be able to intake, and then we input. We input in the AI spits us back what they want us to think. Freedom of thought, freedom of speech is about to be gone. There's no freedom of anything. Some of these phones actually can read your mind. I'm not sure if you know that. They actually have technology in phones that actually like read your thoughts. And I know this sounds like schizophrenia, but the things that people with schizophrenics used to say back in the 90s is now coming true. Like these phones can read your thoughts. Oh, there's a gun that they can shoot at your house and be able to see who's in the house and be able to image it through. This stuff is becoming reality. That's the part that's crazy. All the people you said that was crazy and schizophrenic, all this stuff that's coming out right now is a schizophrenic's dream or nightmare, because people have been saying it for the longest. We say they was crazy, they're schizophrenic, but they already was heightened paranoia, paranoid delusions, but they knew about this before it was even happening.
And everything's run through AI.
Yeah, and there'll be most of what people consume in 5 or 6 years, maybe sooner than that, will be just AI generated content. So music, videos. There's already there's people have made AI videos using Grok Imagine and using other apps as well, that are several minutes long, or like 10, 15 minutes, and it's pretty coherent.
Yeah,
it looks good.
No, it looks amazing.
Yeah,
the music is disturbing because it's my favorite music now. Like
AI music is your favorite.
Oh, there's AI covers. Have you ever heard any of the AI covers of 50 Cent songs in soul?
No.
I'm gonna blow your mind.
Okay.
This is my favorite thing to do to people. Play What Up Gangsta. Now, this guy, if this was a real person, would be the #1 music artist in the world.
Okay.
Everybody would be like, holy shit, have you heard of this guy?
Yeah.
He's incredible. It's like they took all of the sounds that all of the artists have generated and created the most soulful, potent voice. And it's sung in a way that I don't even know if you could do, because you would have to breathe in and out of reps. Here, put the headphones on. Put the headphones on real quick.
Okay.
You got to listen to this. It's going to blow you away.
For listeners, we got to cut it out.
Yeah, we'll cut it out for the listeners. But amazing, right? Amazing. And they do like every one of his hits.
So
The X phone.
Sorry.
People keeps talking.
I posted a few months back. There's a short, I believe, on my channel, but I also posted it on X about this AI music. And it's specifically a 50 Cent song that I could not believe was AI, because it was so amazing, this song. And I've actually, just over the past weekend, I was looking at a whole bunch of AI songs, and I'm like, yeah, they're replacing, all musicians will be replaced. All actors will be replaced. Everything is going to be replaced. But the important thing here is the end note, formerly known as your phone. He said 5 to 6 years, but then he said probably sooner than 5 to 6 years. What did I tell you about 2030? What did I tell you? That is the time frame that all of this is being set up. And if you do not have your ducks in a row, if you are not paying attention, if you are consuming things that do not build you up in the spirit, that does not keep your eyes essentially on the prize, you're going to be left behind. You're going to be consumed by all of this. But thankfully, you are watching this, so that will not be you. But we're going to get into more details. And people keep asking me, like, well, how do we stop it? You can't stop a single bit of this, nor do I recommend you try. I do not recommend you try to stop any of it. What I told you earlier, don't do it. Don't. There is no resistance that will win. Resistance is futile. But if you are a Bible believing Christian, this is what the word of God told us was going to happen. All biblical prophecies are coming forth. Elon Musk even tweeted about prophecy. Like, guys, this is supposed to happen, but so many of us are so tethered and so consumed by this world and our plans and the American dream that never really existed, especially once you realize our true history, which I've been going over. Once you realize it's all a facade, it's all the Matrix, it's all a psyop, like our entire existence. They've just even I think declassified all these different college degrees from being professional degrees. Everything is being set up and people are not believing it. And I do not understand why, but the Bible predicted all of this. And you combine 3i Atlas, where there's a lot coming with that. There's signs and wonders all over the world, volcanoes, earthquakes. Then you combine that with digital ID.
Man-made weather manipulation. Come on now. Let's not pretend like this weather, like this snow is normal. That snow that came down in Dallas the other day, that ice, round ice, it looked like, what was that thing called? Pop stick? What's that ice treat that you get that come out like in little balls? That's how the storm looked in Dallas. It wasn't snow. It was round ice pellets. That's not normal. What?
Social currency, what AI is taking over, the things that they're saying, the plan that they don't even want people eating real food anymore. They want to bioengineer all food. You won't even be allowed to own a private farm. But the Bible predicted this. So we should not be surprised. We are only surprised. We're terrified. We're caught off guard because we have been mired and in this world and putting our hope into this. Many people don't want Christ to return. Many people don't want things to end. Even though you hate this world, you don't want things to end because you've had an appetite. Your flesh has had an appetite for this world. But it says in the word that many will fall away from the faith in these last days. Many will fall away because they refuse to open their eyes and ears. Many people that you're close to, it says that households will be divided 5-1, that people in your own household will turn against you. Are you prepared? Are you prepared? Are you in your word? Or are you still consumed by the things of this world? And I don't even mean just bad things. You're more concerned about what's happening in sports or the next game or gossip or rumors or even the government or whatever it is you're interested in. If your number one thing is not this and this alone, you're in for a rude awakening. And I have to put it like that because that's where we are. There's no time to play games. None at all. So guys, make sure you are subscribed and hit the notification bell because I will be bringing you more.
And shouts out to her channel. I love her content. You know, I'm not necessarily a Christian, you know, but I do enjoy her content. You know, her name is Melanie King. So if you get a chance, please support her channel. Because, you know, you don't have a lot of people that are really truth tellers out here that's really talking about what's going on. So another thing I wanted to bring to you guys' attention as it's happening in real time is that you have a lot of stuff. Now we got the World Economic Forum. We have like money, how your money in your bank account is about to be affected by all this. You know, we talked about AI. We talked about social media. Let's get into the banking system. Okay, let's go.
Places all around the world, they all agreed on one thing. They want to steal your money and limit what you can say online. Now, I know that sounds a little bit crazy, but let's listen into this first clip from Canada's leader.
Do you have an apology for the people whose bank accounts you illegally seized? Are you still happy about it?
Of standing up for Canadians. So you're confirming that accounts have been frozen.
Are you still happy about it?
Of standing up for Canadians.
Are you proud of breaking the law?
Did Christio really say that? That video shocked me, but so did this unfiltered interview on the street with the president of the ECB, Christine Lagarde, just refusing to answer a pretty straightforward question.
Christine Lagarde, can I ask why you want to make paying for things in cash over €1,000 illegal?
I'm not giving any interview, but thank you for trying.
But it's the people of Europe want to know why they can't use cash to a certain extent. Some would suggest that's about a control and the state taking charge over what people can and can't spend their money on. Surely that's a fair question.
It will always be available. We're working on this, and we will continue working on making sure that that's available for people.
But do you still believe?
End of the story.
Now, Christine Lagarde was a little bit more guarded with her responses in that unfiltered street interview. But Larry Fink, the new CEO of the World Economic Forum, well, he was less guarded. He was very straightforward in this interview here.
We hear all about the elites. And how does that play out in an age of populism? How does an established institution make a difference in an era of deep institutional mistrust? I believe in this forum for a long time. I certainly wouldn't be leading this if I didn't believe that we can change and make the world better.
Fink openly said, nobody trusts the elites anymore. And can you blame him? I mean, look at the leader of France, Emmanuel Macron. I can't believe Emmanuel Macron actually went to the conference in aviator sunglasses. But with all jokes aside, we've got a lot to cover because this conference, it was very different to previous World Economic Forum conferences. Now, I think this dashboard is the best visualization that helps to explain what Larry Fink was just talking about in his keynote speech. People are losing trust, which is why you're seeing more millionaires leave the UK than any other country, including China, mind you. And I think this is one of the key themes that I stumbled across in the 30 or so hours that I've spent looking at and watching all of these World Economic Forum speeches, keynotes, and Orwellian panels this week, okay? I'm going to try to summarize everything I've seen this week, but not only talk about the craziness, I want to actually give you guys some solutions because I know a lot of people, they just really spread noise when it comes to the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab and Larry Fink, and I get it, but you know, we're not going to touch on the conspiracy theories today. I want to keep you guys clued into what actually matters. And I think, again, this dashboard visualizes the loss in trust better than any other dashboard. Again, I will remind you, on the 14th, 3 days before the World Economic Forum conference officially started, the WEF released their global risk reports, and they talked about some of the biggest risks in the world, and this is what they think is the second biggest risk to human civilization right now in 2026.
And geoeconomic confrontation actually stays at the very top, but it's followed closely by mis and disinformation and then societal polarization. But following pretty closely behind is, again, mis and disinformation, because you've got, for example, mis and disinformation as one of the key additional risks. And as technology advances, as the risks from deep fakes, for example, rise, and we looked at this a couple of years ago, what that means, for example, for elections, you're starting to see there that mis and disinformation is growing and fueling the fire of societal polarization.
An erosion of trust through mis or disinformation.
And I think this millionaire migration that we're seeing accelerating today in 2026 is one of the core reasons why the slogan of this World Economic Forum conference is a spirit of dialogue. They know that they've lost trust. They know that they're losing the grip on control. This is why the country's seeing the fastest outflow of wealth, capital, and millionaires are the same countries talking about imposing holding limits on digital money. And these are the same countries racing to advance digital IDs. And they're the same countries writing frameworks titled Executing a Bail-in, which come with this pretty little 4-step framework where they lay out exactly how they would bail in a depositor. That means freeze someone's savings. That is, of course, all happening in the UK, the one country that's seen the most amount of wealth leaving the country. Now, again, I do want to talk a little bit more about digital money and the threat of CBDCs and digital IDs that will be coming to a country near you a little bit later on in the video. The other big theme I want to talk about while we're still talking about the loss of trust is this graphics of trust on the individual standpoint. The little guys, the little millionaires, the everyday person, they're protesting all around the world. They're leaving their home countries. Again, I left Australia 5 years ago because I did not think that the world would be getting better. I didn't think it would get this crazy this fast, but we have all lost trust in our governments, our institutions, whether that's because of safety or cost of living, or simply because I know that I cannot store capital in money anymore without the government debasing that money. But I think another big theme was there is now a fracturing in what they're calling the New World Order. And I think this chart here best explains what all of the leaders are talking about.
Listen, all right, let me just give you guys an idea of how far this goes for me, right? Me being an Air Force, okay, I joined the Air Force at the age of 18. And what happens is when I turned 18 June 20th, June 21st, I was at the MEPS, like in processing to join the Air Force. I got on a plane to go to basic training. Okay. While I was on this plane, no, it wasn't basic training. I'm sorry. It was after basic training. I was dressed in my military outfit on my way to tech school. And I was seated next to a guy, and he showed me a book. And it was called Behold the Pale Horse by William Cooper. I was just turned 18 years old, fresh out of high school. And this was in 1995, okay? So I was given this book. This guy gave me the book. Okay. I read the book. Freaked me the fuck out. In 1995, as an 18-year-old, it blew my mind when I'm reading this book. What? Fast forward. It is now 2026. "20 years later, and almost everything I read in that book is happening right now. Go get William Cooper's Behold the Pale Horse. And then there's another book that he had with, and what was the book? And it has a picture of a dollar on it. Was it The All-Seeing Eye? But I don't know why I was given this book. It was weird. Why would someone sit next to me? And I'm in the military, a fresh person, just got out of basic training. And and out of all people, he sat next to me and gave me this book to read. And now I'm here sitting with you today with knowledge of everything that was in that book, also the other books that I read from William Cooper. And I'm seeing that this was a prophecy. He wrote that book. I don't know when he wrote that book. I think in the early 80s. I don't know when he wrote the book. You were mindless in nightclubs back then. Yeah, 1995. You know what I'm saying? I'm 18 years old. I start the military. I sit down next to someone, and this is what my beginning of the military was. Me being handed this book on the way to tech school, and I read that book cover to cover, and it did spook me out. I'm not gonna lie. I got fucking mortified. I was mortified. Like, what? Imagine a young 18-year-old woman just turned 18, joining the military, and you're reading Behold the Pale Horse, it freaked me out. And I'm not gonna lie, my entire military service, I was talking to people like the Masons, and there were Masons in the military, and I was like, is this true? And I was actually asking people, and I probably like a lunatic asking people this type of stuff. They probably like, probably couldn't tell me much back then, but I swear to goodness, while I was in the military, which is probably why I didn't do a whole 4-year term, because they probably were like, man, she's losing her mind reading this damn book. But honey, that book had me on one. That book had me on one in my in my teens. I was given that book as a teenager coming into the military. Do you understand how detrimental that is? You're thinking that I don't know, they brainwash you in the military. So I done cried. I'm proud to be an American. They done put me through all this, whatever. I'm brainwashed all the way through and through. And then someone gives me a book. And I even remember even throughout my military, I was never really like that person that was like, I had to all of the training I was given, like they made sure you had to like hold the rail going down. There was all like hold the handrail if you go down the steps, because you were really a piece of property to them. They make sure you don't fall down the steps and whatever, hurt yourself. All these different things. And I had to rationalize in my mind, okay, well, they don't want you to hurt yourself. That's why you have to do this. All the different things that was happening in basic training to me, in tech school to me, I had to like come up with a logical explanation as to why they're doing the stuff. I was never that person that just complied with everything and didn't have to have it like in my mind, okay, why are they doing this? Because I didn't want to join the military to begin with. My brother made me join because my parents died at a very young age, and he had other kids to put through college, and I couldn't. He wanted me to be independent to be able to get my own FAFSA that wouldn't go back to him because he had other kids to put through college. So my brother had to say, listen, join the military. You'll be independent. They got the Montgomery GI Bill. You'll be able to go to college after you do your 4 years. Everything will be good. That's a whole other story. Didn't get that, got a general discharge, under honorable. Didn't pass the test to go to the next, to the senior airman, to advance to the next thing. So I got kicked out, failure to adapt. The Air Force is very much about, you got to pass those tests to get to the next level. You don't do that, you get kicked out, period. But it was interesting that, like I said, out of all the people that could have sat by, they sat by me. And like I said, everything that was in that book, go get it, is happening now. All the movies I'm showing you that's how my AI was happening now. So Behold the Pale Horse, the book, Enemy of the State, the movie, Three Body Problem, the movie, the series, Eagle Eye, go watch that and your eyes will open up. Do not go into this blind, guys. I'm not here to fearmonger. I'm saying just be aware.
Inadvertently created the conditions for what would become a truly global order.
Act now on land, in the air, at the sea, to build a new global order.
And build a new world order.
So before I address the elephant in the room, let me talk about what I think the New World Order is and how I think this chart explains our current world order. So this chart here, it tracks the economic center of the world. So the part of the world that holds the most amount of wealth, that is where this little dot on the globe represents. Now, what's really interesting about this chart, we can see for thousands of years, the economic mass, it was in Eurasia. Either China or Europe dominated the world until America said, adios, hasta luego, I'm out of here. In the 1770s, we saw the Declaration of Independence. And then we saw all of the most innovative technology and wealth created in America. This is why that economic mass, it shifted so dramatically westward in the 1800s and in the 1900s. Now, what I think all of these leaders are talking about when they say New World Order is they want the economic mass to go from the west to the east, back to Europe. And again, they want to build up China. There's a reason why all of these European countries have been so obsessed with wind, solar, and renewable technology. It helps China and China helps Europe. Again, I think the signal here is we're watching an economic reset, and it's very clear between the years of 1944 and 2022, the world was globalizing. There was increased cooperation. We were building up Southeast Asia and China. And this global order between 1944 and 2022, it started breaking apart post 2008, after that global financial crisis. And we entered an era of deglobalization. And I think it was really less than 10 years ago, did America realize what was actually happening? And they realized that globalization does not benefit them. It benefits Europe. This is why the European Union launched their own currency in the year 2000. They wanted to be a competitor to the US dollar. They wanted to take global reserve currency status away from the US dollar. And I know that sounds like a big, bold claim. And again, this economic history, this is very important to have the context, to understand what these elites are talking about, especially the European Commissioner, Ursula von der Leyen, in this clip here.
The world may be very different today, without any question. But I believe the lesson is very much the same. That geopolitical shocks can and must serve as an opportunity for Europe.
Geopolitical shocks can and must serve as an opportunity for Europe. She said the quiet parts out loud.
And the decision to delink the US dollar from gold. In an instant, the foundations of the Bretton Woods system and the entire global economic order set up after the war effectively collapsed. Battle lines for a new world order based on power.
Everything that's come out of Davos since 1971, when the World Economic Forum was created by Klaus Schwab, it's all been about trying to transfer power from America to Europe. And this is why American leaders, in the past 5 years in particular, are now starting to wake up and push back against Davos. Let's listen to what Howard Lutnick has to think about globalization.
We are here to make a very clear point. Globalization has failed the West and the United States of America. It's a failed policy. It is what the WEF has stood for. Okay. And so that is a different way of thinking.
Hey, Sharon.
It is completely different than the WEF.
Sharon.
I viewed the WEF as not a flagpole in the middle, but in fact, they are the flag. Whichever way the wind blew, so it blew. You should have solar, you should have wind. Why are you going to do solar and wind? Why would Europe agree to be net zero in 2030 when they don't make a battery? They don't.
What do you think about this? Like, okay, Europe don't make nothing, but they do own majority of Africa, so they do make batteries because they own the parts of Africa that where the battery acid and all the different things, like the things that make these things come from. Mostly stuff. But what are your thoughts on this whole thing? The New World Order, globalization, the whole Project 2030 plan. What are your thoughts on this?
There is no Europe. Europe doesn't own.
I can't hear you. You gotta get closer to the mic.
There is no Europe. Can you hear me now?
It's an echo.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
It's still an echo. I don't know where. Yeah. What are you on speaker, but really far away?
I'm on speaker.
Can you bring it closer to your mouth?
Hold on. Let me turn something off real quick.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you. You know what I'm gonna give you? I'm gonna play the money mantra.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Much love to D Love Bud for that $20 super chat. Thank you so much for helping me. Because listen, that's gonna go to my StreamYard monthly purchase. Okay. Go ahead. What are you saying?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you better now. Now you're former military, just like you're a veteran, just like me. What are your thoughts on this whole global agenda, Project 2030? Because I believe that everything is moving towards Project 2030, where we're all be put into a universal currency, given like a universal basic income. Jobs will be obsolete. They're moving to smart cities. They're also trying to get rid of like millions of people by that time. What are your thoughts?
No, all we're seeing is the Caucasian is running scared right now because Europe doesn't own anything. Everybody in Africa is kicking them out, except for a few house niggas that run like Kenya. What is that other fucking Cote d'Ivoire and a couple other places. The writing's on the wall. Globalization is falling out. Spain and Portugal already fell a long time ago. That's why they're just not saying anything and mediocre. Trying to get people to move there. They're done. Italy's next. And America, with the neo-conservative here in America, they're upset at Europe. That's why they're doing all this bullshit to them. Because it's like, look, man, we're going to lose white culture. That's basically what this is. We're watching it in. So
I get like so much flack for being with a so-called Pan-Africanist. A lot of people that come up here, they're pro all this stuff that's going on. But I'm like, hey, I believe that we should not be delineating at this time, because we delineate when they start to like what's going on right now. I'm not sure if you're aware of it. They're beginning to make it so that, okay, passports are being revoked, IDs are being revoked. Things are getting real hectic out there. I believe that they're trying to make it so that people cannot leave this country.
Yeah, that's because that's what you do when you're hemorrhaging. You like, we got to stop people because we're still going to need people to keep this thing going. So if a bunch of motherfuckers leave, that's basically what you're seeing. Shit is going wrong. So yeah, everybody's thinking, oh my God, this is the end. The Bible was real, and it's like, nah, these niggas is still pulling the Jedi mind trick on niggas. That's all this shit is.
So have you heard about the whole thing with cash withdrawals frozen, limits leaked, frozen and limits leaked silver to $100 and 2 weeks ago, where Chase, there was a whole alert about that. Were you aware about that?
Yeah, everybody jumped the gun, so they did what they're supposed to do. Everybody jumped the gun.
So check this out.
You put your card in, you typed your PIN, the screen froze. Then it said, transaction limit exceeded, contact branch. You didn't exceed anything. You tried to withdraw $500. Your account has $12,000 in it. The machine.
Let me start it over again.
You put your card in, you typed your PIN.
Yeah, this is some of that propaganda. Yeah.
Transaction limit exceeded.
Say it again. Say it again.
They use the Chinese guy to promote that shit. Wow, that's crazy. Look, this is okay. Look, this is basically everybody's afraid because they nobody can see living beyond what was already put in what was put in front of us and shit. So people are afraid to lose cash. It won't have value anymore, and everybody's afraid of that because everybody wants to live in the old ways, and it's like you can't. We got to move forward. Can't be scared because money doesn't work. Do what we do best. If we don't go to work, they can't make money. The power is in the citizens' hand. But you can't tell people that. You can't. They've been lying about China with a social score credit system. China doesn't have that. They'll tell you.
So China does not have a social credit score. That's a lie?
No, it doesn't. You ask any Chinese person, they'll tell you, no, we don't.
Well, that's something new.
No, because they were trying to get everybody else prepared for that. That's all they were doing.
But people are like leaving the country and they're finding their passports canceled. I'm glad he brought that up because I did a show yesterday where it was people that went to Thailand and then they tried to come back, passport canceled. people getting like their passports canceled because they're pro whatever, based on whatever ideology they believe in or whatever, and all this other weird stuff going on. I don't know if some of this stuff is propaganda being put out here to scare people or what, to like
It's always to scare the population back into order. That's all it is. I mean, yeah, if they do it, they were going to do it anyway. They were going to do it anyway.
All right, so let's listen to the rest of this propaganda.
Contact branch. You didn't exceed anything. You tried to withdraw $500. Your account has $12,000 in it. The machine said no. You thought it was a glitch. It is not a glitch. It is a policy. It is a trap. And if you are watching this video right now, you are one of the last people who will know about it before the panic starts, because the mainstream media will not touch this story until your money is already gone. This is not speculation. This is not conspiracy. This is documented. I have the internal memo. I have the updated terms of service from.
Now, this is an AI, by the way. This guy is not real. Because no one blinks backwards. The way he's blinking is like a reverse blink. They haven't quite got the blink down yet.
From Chase, from Citi, from Bank of America. They went live 72 hours ago. They did not send you an email. They did not call you. They buried it on page 44 of a PDF that nobody reads. And what it says is very simple. You no longer have unrestricted access to your own cash. If you want to withdraw more than $1,000, you need manager approval.
Yeah,
if you want more than 5,000, you need to schedule it in advance. And if they decide your reason is not valid, they can deny you. This is happening right now.
So what are you saying? This is what they're trying to do, is scare you?
They're trying to scare everybody, yeah.
Into like not trying to pull their money out of the bank, or to pull their money about the bank? What do you think?
Look, I don't know. Like I said, I know people are still traveling globally. That means people are still using their fucking passports. So what are we? I mean, everybody right now, everybody's trying to profit off of fear mongering because it sells. It makes money. They keep doing this. They made the storm seem worse than it was. Yeah, it was a weather event, but people did exactly what they were supposed to do. Go out and buy a bunch of shit and empty out the stores so everybody can still make profits.
Man, let me tell you something, because I think people were holding on to their money, child. But, you know, I do Instacart sometimes on the side. Man, I went up into the grocery store and it was empty, child. It was, honey, it was, you know, and it was only raining. And then, you know, I also de-iced planes at the airport. So I de-iced the planes. You should have seen, before I de-iced those planes, I'm trying to get some snacks, trying to go to de-ice, you know, because you got to like sit in the, whenever there's a weather event and you have to be a de-icer, you could be sitting in that truck for like almost 12 to 16 hours, just sitting there on the tarmac, waiting for the next plane to come up, you know, that needs to get the ice off of it so it can take off. Mm-hmm. And honey, I could not, everything was gone, especially noodles. Honey, Raymond noodles was gone. There wasn't no ramen noodles. You couldn't get no ramen noodles.
That's like I said.
You actually look at the thing. It's like, okay, it lasted about 3 days and it was over with, and it was 70 degrees on Monday.
Yeah, that's like I said. That's how you can control human behavior, by simply.
They made it seem like the electric grid gonna fall. Even what about this government shutdown that's coming up tomorrow? Because I have a guy named Men in the High Castle that comes up here, you know, all the time. And he has been talking about this government shutdown for the whole month. You know,
they averted that. They averted it. They're just going to extend it.
So they're not going to have a government shutdown. So they did avert it.
There's not going to be one. Yeah, they done already hashed that out. They're still going to.
Oh, hey, let me look. Let me go find that. So they're not going to do the government shutdown now.
There's not going to be a government shutdown. Yeah, they talked about it earlier.
Let me look that up. So they didn't, so it's not.
They're still going to fund Homeland Security just for about a week, is what they said. So, and then the first thing, because everybody likes clicks and likes and all that other stuff, so everybody's going to roll with it and say, hey, this is what's happening.
Okay. Here we go. So, yeah, so all that scare tactic of the government shutdown that was being pushed on my channel, that this guy kept coming up and saying, because I never really focused on that. He would keep saying it And I'll be like, okay, and next subject. I'm like, the government always supposedly is about to shut down, or it does shut down and they get back up. They do come back together when they finally can figure out a standpoint where they can work out something or whatever. So let's go for
Exactly. eBay, look,
the
eBay still
government
works.
shutdown. Huh?
eBay still works. Amazon still works. All these apps and websites are still working. People are still delivering food right now. So, yeah.
And the thing is that who does it affect when the government shut down? Does it really affect every damn thing? It only affects those.
I mean, yeah, you got people who receive Social Security, you got people with Medicaid, Medicare, whatever, and all the other stuff, and then you got government workers who usually have to furlough. That's the military, the Fed Gov, which is, all the departments within the government. All those guys have to work even though they're not getting paid. So
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So it doesn't really shut down though.
And it does, and it doesn't. Like I said, you always have to follow the money. Remember, all the elected officials are still getting their checks, even though the rest of the government doesn't. They still get their six-figure salary, almost $200,000, depending on seniority and all the other shit. So it's like, yeah, we live in an insane asylum. That's all this is. So
here we go. So the whole thing about this government shutdown has been about ICE and its treatment of people. Let's go.
Tonight, a growing fight on Capitol Hill over immigration enforcement with a partial government shutdown looming.
Put body cams on these officers, take down the masks.
Democrats are refusing to vote for the Department of Homeland Security's budget unless new reforms are put on ICE and Border Patrol. The demands come amid an immigration crackdown in Minnesota that's seen 2 American citizens shot and killed by federal agents this month. Both cases are under investigation.
People have seen it. They're outraged by it.
Senate Democrats brokering a deal with the White House to strip the DHS budget out of a larger spending bill that also includes funding for major federal departments like Defense and Health and Human Services.
Here's the question. Okay, wasn't ICE like giving like $25 million to the police forces to be able to partner with them? If they would have spent that money better on training and doing things the right way.
ICE is Trump's, or not Trump, because Trump ain't really in charge. ICE is like, I guess, the Nazi Gestapo. That's what they're doing, because they're throwing up facilities all in each state, and they're going to start probably knocking on people's doors if your name doesn't right, or you're the wrong skin complexion, or whatever, or if you look either Somali or fucking Hispanic or whatever, if you look Cuban or some shit like that, yeah, then they're probably gonna harass you. So, but that's right. That's why black folks told everybody, hey nigga, stay your ass in. The memo been sent out. Stop trying to engage with these motherfuckers. Stop trying to get time on TV. Stop putting yourself in a position where your family can't get you out. Stop doing that.
And you know what? That's what you had that guy, the Black Panther guy, trying to encourage black people to get involved and say that the Black Panthers are pro.
That might be the feds. That might be the feds. The Black Lions. They're not called the Black Panthers. They told them to stop using the word Black Panther and start using the word black. They changed it to the word Black Lion. So they're the Black Lions or whatever that is. That might be a fucking op. So yeah, I don't listen to shit. Like I said, I don't be listening to all that. The feds always got some counterculture group coming out like, oh yeah, we're this and we're that. So nah, I ain't doing all that. And then I'm not delineating from a whole group of fucking people that look like me, and I'm not doing this xenophobic shit that the FBAs are talking about. Like, no.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, like why would we be against Africa when everything is moving towards Africa? That's crazy.
Yeah, it's some, like I said, yeah, because it's like everybody. I'm like, this is all. If everybody start thinking critically, they could see like, yeah, it's only a small group of fucking Caribbean and African immigrants that act like fucking coons and assholes. The rest of them, nah, they don't. It's shit. It's only what I think what they say the number was of African and Caribbean immigrants in America only comes out to about 4 to 5 million people. That's only a small percentage of the 1-point-something billion people that live in Africa who are black.
So why do you think that this whole movement of this FBA movement just seemed to spring out of nowhere right before this whole immigration situation happened, and then right at the time where we're also having things with Africa doing what it's doing?
This thing, okay, this whole fucking shit, because I guess I don't know. It brought to the attention because I remember watching Hidden Colors. Those were good fucking DVDs to watch.
They were, but it's the very guy that made those DVDs is the one that's creating the FBA movement. That's
yeah, he created it, and then I think he trademarked it too. So I'm like, wait a minute. So maybe the Hidden Colors didn't take off and give him as much money as he thought that he would get off of it. So he switched to the FBA thing. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. Like I said, it might be an op too. I don't know. So, but I'm not delineating from whole groups simply because they didn't grow up here. We're still from Africa, so what's that about? I don't know.
Well, apparently they're saying we were already here. We was already here.
Everybody keeps. Here's the thing. Everybody says that, but then they don't go into fucking detail about what they mean by that. Oh no, there were indigenous peoples already here. No, there were Africans already here because you motherfuckers don't seem to think that we don't invent boat. We don't fucking know how to make boats or none of that shit. And then you got this group talking about where are the slave ships. I mean, we know the fucking slave ships existed because the Jews kept records and had insurance on them. That's why you got AEG, you got fucking Hartford, you got all these fucking legacy fucking insurance and banks who were then insuring and also banking back then. They just changed their names. That's all they did. And nobody does the due diligence and points that out because what they have their own narrative that they want to promote. That's it. So that could be, like I said, that could be the CIA saying like, hey, look, we need to fucking get this. We need to fucking push back on this because they know Pan-African. They know the history of Pan-Africanism. They know the history of that shit. That was a fucking thorn in their side back in the 60s. And niggas were still clinging on to it, so they had to change it. Come on now. It's like COINTELPRO 101.
Right. That's what I knew it was some COINTELPRO nonsense. So like, dude, right when Africa is at its like peak, when people are starting to get their independence, we're talking about delineating from it. That's interesting because they don't want their even though they say that we are the worst and we're this, that, the other, they don't want us to leave here.
They don't say that. You know what though? When you talk to most Africans, it's like they don't have an opinion about it, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? Some like I said, I'm like most of them don't even talk like that or whatever. They'll say like, what's the shit? You know, like but I'm like, this is the easiest thing to get them. Like particularly like I said, because Africa has coons too. It does. It's got assholes and fucking coons too. And they go, well, if your country is so great, why are you here? Then they can't say, then they don't fucking say anything after that. Yeah, change the subject. That's how they fucking do it. So I'm not delineating from whole fucking groups. I ain't doing that. That's fucking stupid.
Thank you. I'm glad
That's fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid. I'm sorry. So that's fucking stupid. So yeah.
There's a thing called AES. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, the Sahel states. That's Niger, Mali, and fucking Burkina Faso. They're making moves and headway over there. So we're working with the Russians, and everybody was tripping. Well, look at them. They're working with the Russians. I'm like, yeah, because the Russians have nuclear tech, and now Africans are being exposed to nuclear tech. So if you're the leader and you're trying to throw off the West, yeah, I'm gonna go to whoever has what I need for me to be autonomous. Simple as that. Come on now. It's like nobody wants to read the playbook no more, and just, oh no, that's yeah, you're still relying on the white man. Like, oh, okay, whatever. And they're getting weapons, they're getting drones from Turkey. So what the fuck? So yeah, nobody's sitting there, nobody's thinking, nobody's doing any type of research or any of that. Nobody is. They're just like, oh no, fuck it, I'm FBA and this, and down with Pan-Africanism and all this other shit, and then they're calling it out, and I'm like, yeah, but some of your greatest fucking thought process, your great thought minds were fucking not even from this fucking country. Hell, a Nigerian invented the fucking internet as we know it, when it used to belong to the Pentagon. A black woman invented VR. Yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, nobody's putting this shit to, you know what I'm saying? And then the only reason that America is great is because of the H-1B1 passport, where from dark countries come some great products.
Right, Indians coming over here. Indians over here in our medical field.
Yes.
in our technology field. Come on, let's not
Exactly.
play.
They're either African, Pakistani, or India. They're from India.
Yep.
They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Like, yeah, this is where we're getting all this tech from. All these dark people with these great ideas.
And honey, I don't
weapons,
see
medical.
ICE running up into like Facebook, getting all these Indians up out of there. That's one thing I don't see.
Hey,
I don't see ICE at
it's-
Silicon Valley running up in Facebook and Google saying, "Okay, all y'all Indians," but they up
Like I
in here
said,
with
all
the.
you
Why
gotta
do you
do is-
think? Why do you think it? What do you think the reason is that they're focused on the
They're
small
focusing
farm
on-
workers?
all Trump is doing, what's his name, Stephen Miller. All they're doing is focusing on blue cities and blue areas. They're not really heavy in red areas. They're not. They're going into small blue enclaves and then larger blue cities. Minneapolis is a blue city. Yeah, so
So he's saying so some people never cared to go to Africa. I don't know why. Africa is beautiful. Y'all need to travel. Maybe if you went to Africa and travel and go somewhere, you'd actually see that wow, Africa is actually a beautiful country, a
the
continent.
crazy, nah, because here's where you gotta look at it. White folks, they'll always say, "Oh no, Africa's this dangerous ass place." But every time I went, it was more white folks there than any other group. Yeah, because they like taking advantage of cheap shit. That's it. That tells you about how those people are. That just tells you that. Like, you motherfuckers are lying to everybody so you can hoard all this shit to yourself. Sitting over there, some of you white boys are sitting there spreading HIV and AIDS, just like you did over here with with that white DJ and shit, working for the CIA, giving it to little black girls who wanted to dance and shake their shit. Now it's 800 cases of fucking HIV of black women. Really? Come on now. This is old stuff. And it's like nobody is doing any type of critical thinking or any research. People are just going off emotion and just watching YouTube all the time without putting in the due diligence. So it's intellectual laziness.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. So just niggas ain't thinking. So it is what it is. It is what it is.
All right, man, the high castle. Here you go. Let's go. What you want to say? All right, let me just, if you ain't gonna say nothing, I'm gonna go ahead and play the rest of the video. Let's go.
It also funds FEMA and TSA and the Coast Guard.
The deal buys more time for negotiations centered on 3 key areas. First, ending roving immigration patrols. Second, a universal policy for how federal agents can use force. And third, a rule prohibiting federal officers from wearing masks and requiring body cameras.
Each officer must have visible ID.
We're, one day away from shutting down government.
Florida Senator Rick Scott speaking one-on-one with Local 10, criticizing Democrats for pushing what he calls a last-minute deal and saying he supports ICE's mission.
They're trying to get rid of criminals. Don't you want criminals out of your neighborhood? I do.
And before the deal was announced, President Trump appearing optimistic about the talks and the threat of a government.
Wait a minute.
Disingenuous. Don't you want to get rid of criminals?
Come on, the criminals, right? Listen, do you know a baby, a little Dominican black girl just died in ICE custody yesterday? A 5-year-old Dominican little black girl, because she had a sickle cell anemia, and the kids that are being detained in these facilities are not getting medical treatment. Even the little boy, the 5-year-old guy, the little 5-year-old boy, they had the little rabbit ears. And he was so cute, and they just was loading him into the thing. Do you know that Jasmine Crockett went to visit that particular place, saw him, he was asleep, okay? Somebody was holding this asleep baby in, 5 years old in the arm. She said he didn't look right. He did not look like he was asleep. It wasn't no normal looking like a baby sleeping. He wasn't even breathing. I don't know whether she was trying to allude to that he was dead and they were just trying to pretend like he was alive, like to say, oh, see, he's still. But
they've already exposed that some of these ICE agents are the Proud Boys, and a lot of them are fucking pedophiles and have been charged with child pornography crimes. They've already exposed that. So the fact that and then you got a bunch of perverts who got access to children in a detention facility. That's not up to standard. So there's rumor of fucking taking advantage of some of them. So, but this is not new for these people. This is not new for them. This is like, yeah, this is what they do. So this is what they do.
I want to find that video about when she talked about it, because it was really sad to hear what she had to say about that whole visit. Let's go. Don't you want the people, the illegal criminals out here? They're not just only getting criminals.
Shutdown looms.
Hopefully we won't have a shutdown. And we're working on that right now. I think we're getting close. The Democrats, I don't believe, want to see it either.
He's got dementia.
And things are very much playing out in real time here, Louis. We heard that from the president. They're optimistic about those talks earlier today. We are waiting to see exactly when that vote could come on the Senate floor. It's likely going to be sometime later tonight. But the bottom line is this deal that was struck between Senate Democrats and the White House will buy lawmakers a few more weeks to hammer out the details on these immigration enforcement changes that Democrats have been pushing for here on Capitol Hill.
Crazy.
Yeah, I can see it.
Crazy when you think about this. So I wanted to get a little bit into Africa, right? Because you have the guy Aisha Speed. He just got his Ghanaian passport. I want to talk about this a little bit. Let's go into
Africa is the future. I have said it time and time again. We have to stop looking at Africa as a security concern alone. And we have to recognize that between their minerals and between the entrepreneurial spirit, Nigerian lawyers are as good or better than American lawyers or British lawyers. I mean, there is an incredible infrastructure of intelligence in Nigeria that we don't know anything about.
We all know that America.
See, he just said it. White boy just said it.
And bloody relationship with Africa. And I'm not talking about historically. I'm talking about today. In my opinion, the perceived relationship that the West has with Africa is a lot of smoke and mirrors. And that is done by design. But in my opinion, there's also a dark truth from the African perspective. You see, Africa also misrepresents its relationship with the West. And in this video, we're going to break down why both sides are completely disingenuous about how they relate to each other. This is a truth that can be highlighted in Sun Tzu's book, The Art of War. Sun Tzu teaches that if you know yourself and know the enemy, you will not be defeated. But if you know the enemy, but do not know yourself, your chances of success are extremely reduced. If you know neither yourself nor your enemy, you are certain.
Yeah, and this guy, he's a puppet too. Because remember, Ibrahim Traore, he's already said we're just gonna use the Russians for what they have. They've given us some things, and we're just moving forward. They're already talking about putting satellites in space with launch points out of fucking Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. And a lot of African countries are starting to invest into their own currencies. They're not stupid. They're not stupid. Some of them, they've had a long time to learn. We're not using that route. We're not using the West, and we're not letting you dictate to us anymore. So that's why everybody's upset. How dare these niggas do this? The arrogance of the West and the Caucasian mindset. So that's all you're seeing. That's it.
To be clear, President Tinubu's wife is a Christian pastor. This is not targeted at Christians. There are probably an equal or more number of Muslim deaths. I am grateful to President Trump for identifying these attacks on Christians.
He's an idiot.
Believe it or not, you can blame some of this on the French, who had this.
I know nothing.
What are you going to say?
Trump's an idiot, and so is this guy.
Okay, let's hear
about it, but I believe you anyway.
They had a massive force in the Sahel. They armed the Tuaregs, which are a notoriously aggressive tribal group. That arming has led to mass killings of Christians. The fact that when Libya blew apart, a massive amount of arms went down to Boko Haram can't be denied by anyone. Nigeria wants to consult with the United States. Nigeria wants assistance in protecting Christians and Muslims, protecting their populations. Nigeria feels it has not had a fair shake from Washington. And I'm not, I don't work for Nigeria. I'm not going to go on and on. The foreign minister is a close friend who I respect deeply. But I can tell you from my work, I was privileged to represent one of the Nigerian states years ago at Akwa Ibom. We won a case actually for them. The Nigerians would welcome American assistance with open arms. So this is unlike Ukraine, which is destroying its church, or Armenia, which is destroying its church. Here you have a government that wants to protect its populace, doesn't have the resources. Nobody's going to deny Nigeria's been racked by corruption all the years I've known it, but they want a new deal, a new relationship with Washington, and in part to assist them in protecting Christians. So when I read some of what I've been reading, I'm never going to say that Ted Cruz isn't a brilliant man. But I'm going to say I might have a little more time in Nigeria than he does. And I would welcome him to speak to the foreign minister or others. Because one thing America doesn't need are more enemies. Africa is the future. I have said it time and time again. I'm privileged to be counsel to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. My firm has spent many years. We're still trying to defend the opposition leader of Tanzania, Tundu Lissu, who's been illegally jailed. 1,000 are dead protesting completely bogus, fraudulent elections. And to the credit of the United States, at least in the Senate, they've spoken out. Foreign Relations Committee has spoken out. We need our administration, and we certainly need the EU to stop funding this grotesque government in Tanzania. But we have to stop looking at Africa as a security concern alone, and we have to recognize that between their minerals and between the entrepreneurial spirit, Nigerian lawyers are as good or better than American lawyers or British lawyers. I mean, there is an incredible infrastructure of intelligence in Nigeria that we don't know anything about. All we try to do is sanction and condemn.
The first thing that stands out from this discussion.
So, that is what's really going on. And then you had Captain Traore, where he was actually discussing the AEC. Let's go.
Mr. President, from the perspective of the journalist that I am, I feel that the AES countries are being encircled. When I look at Côte d'Ivoire, for example, there is a military camp in Odiané near Mali and Burkina Faso. Senegal is setting up units at the border with Mali, not to mention Benin as well, which borders Burkina Faso and Niger. Mr. President, do you personally share this particular point of view? Do you, in fact, see things in this exact way?
I think that when you decide to make a revolution, you have to be prepared for this kind of adversity. It's a logic that surrounds us. It's a logic that tries to bring us down. It's logical. As I said, it's a battle. They are fighting for their own interests. And it's up to us, if we've decided to make the revolution, to do everything we can to break this encirclement. You see, in Africa, we're used to not having a strong army to begin with. There is no state if there is no strong army. But well, that was the system. As I once told the soldiers, they came to flatter us. No, you shouldn't arm yourselves. Even recently, I think in an interview, an American general said it again, that our countries don't need to be militarized. That's their view. We're like children. They're the ones who have to come and sit down, provide security for us. And many countries are in this situation. They don't build an army. And when the situation arises, it's chaos. We, on the other hand, are building a strong army. That's why I said we fight in Burkina Faso and we train in Burkina Faso. That's very important. What was it like before? Every time foreign forces, everyone comes to train your soldiers. They treat you as if you are worth nothing. Today, many forces, foreigners are now looking to come and train with us. You wouldn't believe it. The greatest powers are seeking to come and train with us. We are here. But it's not just about training. They want to learn how we do things, how we operate, who trains us. But today, no one knows how the special forces are trained, how they are prepared, how they are equipped. Why do we believe that it's others who should come and train us? They didn't invent something. They thought it through. We have brains too. So we need a powerful army to face adversity. They will keep surrounding us because there will always be African heads of state like that who will allow it. Because their hands are tied, they always betray. They will always agree to let the imperialists come to their countries to attack their own brothers. If you accept the revolution, you have to embrace this concept. This will exist. So there's nothing we can do about it. We deal with it. But it's up to us to prepare so that the encirclement becomes meaningless, so that they can never achieve their goal. That's all. So we deal with it.
Very recently, ECOWAS held a forum of chiefs of defense staff of the Friends of Africa. Mali and Burkina Faso were not there, nor was Niger. We sense a lack of solidarity. You who are at the top of the state, what can you tell us about that?
Well, it's not a lack of solidarity. Keep in mind that this is a confederation, not a federation. In some respects, we do a lot of things together in tandem, but the charter states that countries can decide on their own relationships and what they can do. We can't tell one country not to collaborate with another country, no. We're not at that stage yet to begin with. We're in the process of consolidating the Confederation in many areas: development, defense, and diplomacy. And after that, we'll move on to the Confederation. These are steps.
So what do you think so far about what he's talking about, Mosi?
I mean, that's like I said, they're moving without the French or the West. So they're doing what's best for them.
And when we say that we're saying, well, we have no connection to that, but yet you have other countries that have so much investing into that, but we're saying no, we don't want to even say that we're even a part of that. No, we're from here and we want to be stuck.
Like I said, you got people who have that mindset that they still want to cling to old master. So that has to be shaken. And then we also have to start looking at being self-reliant as Black folks go, because like I said, we still have a bunch of children that they want to cling to the master. So that's where we're at.
Now you're in Texas too, right along with me. And we have Representative Crockett, who is now running for Congress, senator?
Yeah, she's trying to get a bigger bag.
Governor, right?
Nah, she's going for the congressional seat, I think.
Congress, okay. So she's saying that she actually visited the actual prison, or the ICE facility where they have a young little boy in custody, Liam. So let's go into what she has to say. And I think it's really interesting because people say, well, why do you even care about what would happen to them? They did it to us. When we was doing this, nobody gave a shit. But and this girl's forehead is crazy. I don't know why. She should wear bangs. But anyways, the whole thing is that, oh, well, we should not care. Why should we care about what's happening to their kids, to what's happening to them, or whatever? What are your thoughts on why that we shouldn't care? Or is like bump them, or do you think it's like that? And I'm not saying we should get out there and do anything about it, but should we actually feel kind of sad, or is it like, hey, you're getting your karma? You guys were mean towards us, so now this is what you get. Is it? Do you have the same sense? I'm
like, because it always tears at your heart when children get involved, but at the same time, Black folks, we have to stay on the same. We have to unite and stay on the same sheet of music, because we don't want to listen, or we don't want to abide by our own little code. Sometimes bad shit happens, and it's like, man, you don't want that shit to happen to a child, because we got a bunch of dummies running around here. And I'm like, it's crazy that this is happening. But like I said, they love harming us. They love harming us. They don't care. So, and it's like, I don't like I said, I'm not a fan of Jasmine Clark, or Jasmine, whatever her fucking name is, Kraken. I'm not a fan of hers. So, and then as far as, yeah, she does have a big forehead, but she's on the Caucasian News Network. So they, like I said, they like a little bit of we need you to look a little racially ambiguous. So that's what they like to do. And they like guys like Don Lemon or whatever they used to. So yeah, you gotta, like I said, we need more critical thinkers to see this shit, and we need to stop fucking obsessing over certain things, and we need to stop we taking too much fucking media. We're oversaturated with media. We're too much into it. So it's crazy.
Well, let's hear about what happened because, you know, Liam fell ill. He's sick and I don't know what's going on. Let's go.
Photo of you meeting young Liam. Can you tell us about how he's doing and what that experience was like today?
It's almost indescribable, which I don't think that anyone ever imagines that I'm at a loss for words. He attempted to kind of interact with him. Like I was like trying to touch him, he was so lethargic. He was never alert the entire time that we were there. I was very, very concerned about his health. His father indicated that he was not eating, that they had determined that he was depressed. They being those that are there at the facility, they do have some psychiatrists on hand, and that he just kept asking about his mom and when they were going to see his mom and when he was going to go to school. But the entire time that we were there, and we visited specifically with Liam for probably about 30 minutes talking to his dad, and he never moved. He was motionless.
He was awake, but motionless?
I don't know that he was awake. Like if you look at those photos, like we could see just a slim portion of the white of his eyes. He never opened his eyes. Like that's exactly how he was the entire time. And he wasn't asleep. Like I don't think anyone could sleep through that. I mean, like his dad adjusted him a couple of times, but something was not right. That part I can tell you. And so one of my staffers that was with me is a fluent Spanish speaker.
Yeah.
And so I was like, you need to ask about like the doctor, like, has he seen them? Like, when's the last time? Because I was looking at that baby and I don't have kids, but like, I would have imagined that he needed to see, like have professional help. But his dad was like, he's just not been eating.
How is his father then reacting to that? Because that is unimaginable for a father to be watching that, feeling some sense of helplessness.
Yeah, he's been trying to do everything that he can to take care of Liam and not freak out about his wife, who is currently 4 months pregnant. She ended up being hospitalized soon after all of this took place due to the stress. But even the outfit that Liam is wearing, they only give them one outfit. So his dad washes his clothes every single night when he goes to sleep and then hangs them up near like a vent to dry.
I have heard people describe at one point that somehow this facility is the best you can do. It is not as bad as people are describing it. Can you describe? You've been a criminal defense attorney. You have obviously visited many a client and a defendant who is a criminal defendant inside of a detention facility. Can you describe what this was like, even compared to what you have seen in the past?
To me, this was worse. And I've been to state, federal, I've been on all levels. I will tell you that the only thing that is better here is that they can walk out of their living quarters and walk around. Obviously, inmates, they aren't allowed to do that part. I will say that this was worse because of the complaints that we got about the water. They consistently talked about the water and how awful it was, and they said that the water makes them sick. They told us before that, like, literally when people kept getting sick with certain water, they found that there was mold that had been like in this container, and then they basically just put like some Clorox or some bleach or something in it, and then we're like, okay, here you go. And so we actually we put some water in a water bottle.
Yeah.
You're the first person to learn this, so that we could actually test it ourselves, because we asked about testing of the water, all that kind of stuff. So we actually are going to test some water that came out of that facility. When we were meeting with another group of people, they brought bottles of water, and they were like, they only brought the bottles of water because y'all are here.
Well, Congresswoman, I mean, what you describe is certainly subpar for even the standard detention facility across this country for criminal inmates waiting trial. But you have Liam, who is symbolic of so many other children who are also there. But we know a judge just ruled on Monday that Liam and his father, they cannot be deported as they are fighting any removal effort by the government. So,
you know, it's so crazy that they're really focused on Liam, right? And, you know, when you talk about children in ICE custody, you look it up on Google, you see Liam, right?
Right.
But here's the thing, okay? You're not hearing about this. You're only hearing about Liam. Now, Liam's still alive. This little baby died. She's gone. Okay. So I don't understand.
The little baby was the black one, right? The little baby was the black one.
Yeah. I'm like,
of course.
You're here. You'll see him with his little bunny ears and little baby, and okay, and he's there and sad, and you know he's dying and whatever. But I'm like, where is the outrage about this?
U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
They don't care about us.
The agency failed to protect an 8-year-old girl who died in their custody back in May.
CBS News correspondent Lilia Luciano spoke with the child's parents.
Si hubieran llamado a la ambulancia antes, yo sé que mi hija estuviera aquí conmigo.
If they had called the ambulance sooner, you know your daughter would be here. Mabel Alvarez says she lost count of the times she begged for an ambulance to take her 8-year-old daughter, Anadit, to the hospital over multiple days.
Cuando ellos quisieron llamar a la ambulancia,
when they finally wanted to call the ambulance took about 5 minutes. That's when I realized how close the hospital was to us and that they could have done something.
The family, originally from Honduras, migrated to Panama, where Anadit was born. Mabel and her husband Russell say their situation there became unlivable and felt forced to migrate north. They took a 5-month journey across Mexico.
El día que estábamos cruzando el río.
The day we were crossing the river, she grabbed my hand happy. Daddy, let's go. Let's go to Grandma. She's going to buy me a doll.
He says when they crossed the border into Brownsville, Texas, they thought they were finally somewhere safe.
El problema fue al cruzar ya.
The problem was crossing and being in Texas.
Ahí mismo borde patrón.
The border patrol there was our nightmare.
The 5 went to a U.S. detention center in Donna, Texas, where Anadit got sick and tested positive for the flu. They were then moved to a border patrol station in Harlingen, Texas, for isolation. Preliminary U.S. Customs and Border Protection findings confirmed that the family repeatedly requested medical attention, including an ambulance for Anadit, who suffered from sickle cell anemia and had a heart condition.
él se paró enfrente de mi hija y le dijo,
A patrol agent didn't believe me. He stood in front of my daughter and told her, "Tell me how you can't breathe, because a girl that can't breathe would be passing out, and you're not passing out. You're fine," he told my daughter.
The preliminary findings also found the family requested medical attention at least 9 times. A nurse contractor denied at least 3 requests to call an ambulance and also didn't properly record medical visits. It also found officials failed to consult an on-call pediatrician. The last time Mabel went to seek medical help for her daughter, she was turned away. And before getting back to her cell, Anadit had a seizure and collapsed. Russell saw it all happen.
I looked at my daughter and I said to myself, my daughter is saying, "Daddy, I can't go on. They killed me. I can't go on."
The look in her eyes.
She just looked at me and she was gone.
She was sick and I told her, "Baby, there's your daddy. Look at him."
y los doctores me estaban viendo.
The doctors were looking at me and said, "What happened?" I told them, "You've already killed my daughter."
A CBP official concedes the system failed her, saying, quote, "There were many parts of the system that did not function as designed to protect Anadit." That official says reforms are underway to ensure those errors don't occur again.
It's still difficult for me. I miss her at night. I remember her as a loving child.
Ella soñaba
She dreamed of so many things. She had big dreams for herself.
On Tuesday, an independent court-ordered review cited Anadit's death as a preventable tragedy that raises profound concerns. I'll tell you, this story, there's just so much that we can't include in these few minutes. But as you know, Camilo Montoya Galvez and I have been he's been working on this story far longer. It's been an ongoing investigation of ours. But just sitting with those parents, hearing how they just felt humiliated, ignored, dehumanized at every level, and still having that strength to fight because they want to change the system. They want to prevent other families from going through what they have been going through.
Let me just say this. So we have this whole delineation movement, And then we'll say, well, they're not us, you know? We're not the same people. So therefore, Pan-Africanism, what Pan-Africanism would say is that, you know what? This is a black family that come from Dominican Republic, wherever they come from, Panama or whatever, Panamanian. We should care.
Yeah, that's the human response. But like I said, none of this shit makes any sense either way. Anyway, none of it makes sense.
But FBA says they're a tether. They shouldn't be over here. Then they deserve to die.
I mean, they say that. That's the ones that. That's like the ones that. They say tether, but then they also like, look, and if you're a rider, you're a rider, and you're not the tethers and shit like that. I'm like, okay, now we're separating them again, based on those who are on your side and who ain't. And I'm like, I'm not doing all of that. I ain't doing all that. I
think we need to really look at ourselves and really understand that this has nothing really to do with humanity. This is something that's really coming from a higher up place. It has way more to do with this World Economic Forum. This is what's really happening. This is like the overall reaching goal. They're
not. Look, they're not. Like I said, this is the act of desperation, because remember, everybody's deciding to choose going toward China or Russia, as opposed to nobody wants to deal with the West anymore because it came with too much. So the West is cannibalizing itself. Trump is isolating everybody. Canada decided to deal with China and a couple of other people, and then Trump said, "Well, we're going to hit Canada with some fucking tariffs." I'm like, that's a dumbass move. You're isolating everybody, and they know it. And I'm like, okay, the Democrats aren't saying anything.
Trump said that the tariffs, about the tariffs.
Yeah, the tariffs are a tax on the people of America. I don't know why he keeps running that language to everybody, and everybody's like, oh wow, but everybody knows, you pay attention to history in school, that's a tariff, that's a tax on the people of the United States.
Right. Any input coming in from Canada, we have to pay more for it.
Man, like I said, they're like I said, they're crashing the republic. That's all they're doing. So
yeah,
they're crashing.
And I believe it's all about this globalist thing, this whole world economic, whatever the hell it is. Let's go.
The globalization is done.
So if they go
globalization is done.
Huh?
Globalization is done.
Well, it seems like that's what they're moving for.
I don't know how they're going.
How they're going to make it happen? All right, let's go. Let's hear what he's saying. Let's go.
Globalization has failed the West and the United States of America. It's a failed policy. It is what the WEF has stood for. Okay. And so that is a different way of thinking. It is completely different than the WEF. I viewed the WEF as not a flagpole in the middle, but in fact, they are the flag. Whichever way the wind blew, so it blew. You should have solar, you should have wind. Why are you going to do solar and wind? Why would Europe agree to be net zero in 2030 when they don't make a battery? They don't make a battery. So if they go 2030, they are deciding to be subservient to China, who makes the batteries.
Howard Lutnick wasn't the only big vocal figure from America making very bold statements at this conference. I want to talk about Trump more in a moment, but I think these three charts showing how the economic power is shifting, this is all of the signal you need to be focused on. All of this talk at Davos, it's all noise unless you understand the underlying economic shifts and power struggles playing out right now behind closed scenes. And typically this stuff doesn't get spoken about on the mainstream media, except for in Davos week. Because let's listen to Ray Dalio. He kind of said the quiet parts out loud himself.
The monetary order is breaking down. Okay. What I mean by the monetary order is that fiat currencies and debt as a storehold of wealth is not being held by central banks in the same way. So let's just look at the fact that on the other side of trade deficits and trade wars, there are capital and capital wars. And so as we're looking at that, and you reported what the stock market and so on, but you didn't report that the gold market is also up 3 points. Okay, but I'm saying is you look at what is happening and why it's happening and who's buying it. So let's just take a moment on that capital war issue, okay? We know that both the holders of US dollar denominated debt, which is money, and those who need it, the United States, are worried about each other.
Again, how many times did Ray Dalio just mention capital wars in that little clip? We're watching a capital war. We're watching a geopolitical war over who controls what region of the world more, okay? This is why you're going to see America try to take Greenland. This is also why you're going to see countries who have leaders who have been, let's say, trained and educated from Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum, continue to make decisions that does not benefit that country's sovereignty. Think about it for a moment. We have leaders in Australia, Canada, France, all of these leaders and prime ministers. They're not making rational decisions that helps the individual person in those countries. Actually, let's throw Keir Starmer into that mix of individuals who have been, let's say, educated and influenced by the World Economic Forum leaders.
They all have been young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. What we are very proud of now, the young generation, like Prime Minister Trudeau, President of Argentina, and so on, that we penetrate the cabinets.
And they've coincidentally been made leaders in their respective national sovereign countries. There's a reason why these countries, also including New Zealand, by the way, led by Jacinta Ardern, are, let's just say, making their country more dangerous by the people they welcome to the country. And there's also a very key reason why America is going the other way. This is all about a battle over the monetary order. This is again why Mark Carney, leader of Canada, has made such a dramatic 180 in only a matter of 24 months.
Well, we're in a security section. I think we didn't have a chance to talk about anything internationally. I think the biggest security threat to Canada is China.
China, you say?
Yeah.
You told Canadians that China was the biggest security threat to this country and to Canadians. Do you still believe that to be the case?
You know, one of the advantages of having your security clearance is you're better informed about some of the threats, and I highly recommend that anyone either in the position of responsibility or seeking it has their security clearance. So I have a richer sense of the tapestries of threats that face our country.
I also kind of find it hilarious that Mark
My bad. I thought you could hear me. What the hell was that answer? What was he talking about? What did he say?
He wasn't saying anything.
He just said a bunch of bull. Like, what was that? Like, she said, hold on. She asked a very direct question. He just said a bunch of just gibberish. But what was that? What was that? What? People are crazy.
The emperor has no clothes.
Man, look at
That China was the biggest security threat to this country and to Canadians. Do you still believe that to be the case?
You know, one of the advantages of having your security clearance is you're better informed about some of the threats, and I highly recommend that anyone either in the position of responsibility or seeking it has their security clearance. So I have a richer sense of the tapestries of threats that face our country.
Maybe they cut what he said. Maybe they cut.
Nah, Canada made a deal with China, and you're probably going to start seeing Chinese cars in Canada because of what Trump was doing. So Canada just pivoted. That's how Canada did. That's what they're talking about. Yeah. So
he just had a pivot and he just didn't want to say it. Okay.
I also kind of find it hilarious that Mark Carney got called a globalist to his.
Say it again.
Yeah, because China, like I said, Canada pivoted and said, "Hey, China, we'd love to have your electric cars here," and they did what was best for them. So That's what that's about. They're not, all these people are not really, all they're doing is, like I said, whoever this guy is that you got on screen right now, like I said, everybody's just trying to feed a narrative to, like, okay, let's get people spooked so we can get engagement, rage bait, whatever, all that other kind of crazy shit. So, like I said,
well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna switch it up. I'm gonna say, you know what? Above what he talking about, let's talk about what happened where our people was talking about what was going to happen. Shout out to Dick Gregory. Let's hear what he had to say. Let's go.
Dick Gregory's dead, ain't he? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, Dick Gregory. Okay, yeah, Dick Gregory. Oh shit.
Isn't that Bill Cosby?
That's Bill Cosby, all right. One of the greatest to ever do it.
What you say? You said, isn't that Bill Cosby?
Somebody asked, is that Bill Cosby? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Bill Cosby. Yeah,
that's Bill
Someone
Cosby.
said Dick. Yeah, I know. Someone said Dick Gregory, correct?
Well, no, it's both of them, and it was Dick Gregory at first, and then they switched to Bill Cosby.
Yeah, you know, America demonized him, and America demonized him too. So,
right. So here we go. Let's go.
Who are against you because you are black, that you become paranoid, which is not an evil word to say, because there are white people who are paranoid, white, Jewish, Irish, or whatever. They're paranoid about who they are and what people are going to say about them. I happen to feel that man himself will always be against somebody. If we all had black skin, brown hair, brown eyes, everybody included, we'd still be after the dude with the freckle or the bent toe. Who would still be somebody we were trying to do that pecking order thing with.
Cosby shares his personal enjoyment of the Amos and Andy show, stating that he didn't perceive the characters as ignorant. However, he acknowledges that the way black audiences viewed the show differed significantly from white audiences. While black viewers might find humor and relatability, white viewers could misinterpret the content, leading to laughter at black people's expense rather than with them.
I liked Amos and Andy. I did not see them as ignorant blacks. See, but that's a different way that we accept certain things. I mean, there are certain routines that I can tell on a stage which deals with an all-black audience that I would not tell on television. Wouldn't allow it, because there are some white people who would laugh at that and say, yeah, that's them, and that's why they ain't going to get the so far from the sun. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So Amos and Andy had to be taken off, although I enjoyed.
Despite his personal appreciation for Amos and Andy, Cosby explains that the show had to be taken off the air. The primary reason was the concern that white audiences were laughing at black people, reinforcing harmful stereotypes. The decision to cancel the show was a step towards demanding better representation and respect for black individuals in media.
Although in the confines of my own home, we might say, yeah, Brother Andy, we're going to do the so forth and so on. But we don't want the white people laughing at us, because so far, it's just, America has allowed these people who are against us to still exist. You see, now we run into busing problems. I can understand every white bigot's problem with busing. I can understand every white person who doesn't want their child to go to all the way across town to that school because they moved away.
You have to be a bigot to be against busing?
Not necessarily. But my next step is this. There are enough bigots who use the genuine cat.
Cosby discusses the complexities of racism in the context of education, particularly the busing policies aimed at desegregation. He acknowledges the concerns of white families who opposed busing, often for reasons tied to maintaining certain neighborhood dynamics. Simultaneously, he highlights the plight of middle-class black families who, after working hard to move to better neighborhoods, found their children being bused back into less favorable environments. This situation underscores the systemic failures in addressing racial inequalities in education.
And we have black people who have bothered to run and hustle and save and move away and get away from the rats in the project and the plaster falling and so forth and so on, which is every man's right to do, to move out of there. And they too are affected by this busing thing, because you may have some middle-class black kids who are now being bused back to where the dude moved out of. You understand? I'm not saying that these people have a right to. All I'm saying is that there is a solution to this, which the government itself has not made an effort or a step to take care of.
You got people who are concerned in terms of where do we go from here.
You don't go nowhere. It's not your business. Not your business. If Trump, if you ever saw Trump's television shows, brilliant. So how you get so stupid all at once? If I went to apply for a job collecting garbage, they would ask me to bring in my last year's tax return. You run for president, you don't have to bring his in, and y'all tolerate it and don't know where it's going? That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
This was more than just a critique of a single man. It was a reflection on how systems of power function and how the public responds to them. When standards apply to everyday people but are ignored for those in the highest positions, it raises serious questions about fairness and integrity. The concern being raised here is not only about leadership, but about the willingness of society to accept imbalance and call it normal. What's being challenged is the mindset that tolerates double standards and asks questions only after damage is done. The point is not about Trump alone. It's about the people, the culture, and the silence that followed.
What do you say to that activist, to that young person, to that elder who's saying, okay, what do I do for the next 4 years?
You can do nothing. You're not going to make 4 years. This country won't make 4 years. It's over.
Now, when you say it's over, what does that mean?
It means decline.
I believe that Dick Gregory, I love him, you know. But you know what? He was ahead of the time. If he would have said this same exact thing right now, if he was alive, I bet you he'd be hollering it's over.
The Romans, the Greeks, the Egyptians, all of them fell. Okay? All of them fell. You see it.
So what should we do? Because Jim over here talks about the resistance.
Please.
They had a resistance with even going against Hitler.
Please. The Jews didn't know what Hitler was doing. Okay. Our problem is we think we part of this government, and you're not.
Yes, sir.
We want to take the Democrats and Republicans, but when Condoleezza Rice came in, she had more PhDs than the whole administration had, and they called her Condi. They never called Madam Maddie. See, there's a soda pop darker than her called Dr. Pepper. If you go get one, you better call it by its title, or they give you a chili pepper. That's what it's about.
There's a larger picture being drawn here, one that goes beyond elections or political parties. The warning wasn't just about the next 4 years, but about the direction of an entire nation. The references to fallen empires weren't dramatic for the sake of it. They were meant to show that no country is invincible when it stops listening to truth and starts ignoring the signs. This is a challenge to recognize patterns, not personalities. When someone tells you exactly what they plan to do and then does it, denial becomes a form of comfort. What's being questioned is whether people truly heard the message, or if they simply chose not to take it seriously.
You look at the people who he's already putting on his transition team, and it's amazing to me watching mainstream media lose their mind. Oh my goodness. And I'm sitting there going, he made it clear what he said during the campaign, what he was going to do. Why y'all acting shocked now?
Yeah, but my mother was the same way. She went to the doctor and she said, if you find cancer, don't tell me. That's what white Americans do. If you find it, don't tell me. They didn't just get like that all at once. You got high school students marching, huh? The question need to be asked, how y'all leave school with no permit, huh? Because if you had a child on one of those marches and they got killed by a car, the school got to pay you. That's not an easy thing to do, but they did, huh? Marched by the White House, and nobody saying anything. Principal told them to go out and demonstrate in the playground. No. Everything you seeing, something's wrong with it. Okay, something's wrong with it.
Sometimes the most dangerous changes are the ones that feel harmless on the surface. When things that were once restricted suddenly become allowed without explanation, it can create confusion disguised as freedom. There's a suggestion here that even movements and protests, when not grounded in structure, can be used or misused by larger systems. What seems like progress may sometimes be permission with hidden consequences. It's a call to pay attention, to stay alert, and to question not just what is happening, but why it's being allowed to happen so easily.
That's a good point. Let's talk about it.
Okay, well, let's talk about the fact that Dick Gregory said in 4 years the country's not going to be here. And he died 9 years ago, and we're still here in this country. And the country's still here. Interesting.
At the end of the day, whatever videos I've seen, I'm so optimistic day by day. And I thank God that I'm up and alive and all the above. Yeah, I saw some things that, I saw some bits and details that I might not have known, like the little girl and things of that nature. And but at the end of the day, how I hear it, like being questioned. So about this delineation, this is how the FBA would say, like, this is ridiculous. No one's doing it, but that's the irresponsibility of just suggesting that over and over, that there's people out there wishing people wrong, this little girl wrong. It's wild stuff.
It's not wild.
You have
it's very wild.
A number of people missed a very powerful statement that Bill Cosby said as of Hollywood. He said, it doesn't matter how derogatory a role is to black people or themselves as a black person, there's always someone in Hollywood that is willing to play that role for a buck. Bill Cosby said that.
Right. So I want to go back to what you just said, Man in High Castle, about what I said about the young lady, and that is the case with when you say that people are tethers and Pan-Africanism is dead.
Of course.
Now, Pan-Africanism would say that we should care about that family. We need to advocate for that family because even though they might not be FBA foundational black,
they're saying all that.
We should care. Yeah, it does. That it should.
They are saying all that.
Solidarity amongst what the?
Hold on. You're talking about
Pan-African is saying all that.
What Pan-Africanism means, that there should be solidarity amongst
go fund that girl. Go fund that girl's family.
Hold on, brother.
Dominican that looks just like you, that's dying.
Okay.
We've been marching out in the streets. Like, what is going on with ICE?
Okay, brother. Brother. Hold on, brother.
Okay.
Now hold on. So
Yes.
what the sister, because I'm saying brother and sister, because normally I say a whole lot worse than that. If you all know me from YouTube Spaces, brother, hold on for a minute. I'm gonna be quick, and you can come right back. So the sister is saying that Black Americans, African Americans, melanated Americans, whatever, Negro colored, whatever the title is, that have ancestors that go all the way back in this country to the Emancipation Proclamation, if not Jim Crow. We're supposed to be concerned about a group of people that didn't march with, because see, I'm 63 years old. So my parents did march in the civil rights marches. And I'm supposed to care about people that didn't march with my parents and get bricks thrown at them and dogs sicked on them and water hoses sprayed on them. I'm supposed to care about those people?
What?
Really?
You see the story that I just played? Did you see it, or are you just coming in?
I got what you're saying, bro.
No, you can't.
Can I speak to him?
Hold on, sister.
Can I speak to him?
No, sir. Man in High Castle. Let me just chill. Did you see the story I played with the young little girl that had that was from a Dominican, a black little girl, right? Because right now we're talking about Liam, right? Now Liam is on deathbed right now. Excuse me, stop. Liam right now is on his deathbed. Jasmine Crockett went to see him. Okay. But there's another girl that looks like she's a little black, little 8-year-old girl. I'm sorry, they're 18 years old. She died of sickle cell because the ICE agents.
And she's from the Dominican Republic, right?
What fucking difference?
It makes a big difference. She's from the Dominican Republic.
I'm trying to. So hold on. What fucking difference is she from the Dominican Republic? If she's a little girl, right now you have the media right now pushing up a whole Mexican little boy that is right now he's not eating, right? Because he's in ICE custody. You had a little black girl and nobody heard of this shit until Liam, that she actually died in ICE custody a few months ago.
Is she from the Dominican Republic?
It doesn't fucking matter what she's from. Why?
Can you answer it though?
Thank
you. We know Liam is from
Answer the
Mexico, right?
question.
You're saying he's from Mexico. He Mexican. Is the girl Dominican Republic?
She was from the Dominican Republic.
Thank you.
They came
Okay,
over.
so she's
They came over illegally. To a black family.
charges to the game.
Wow.
And ask Jasmine Crockett that shit.
Thank you.
Wow.
Now,
But you're trying to charge a whole people from here about her. Why doesn't the Mexican community say anything? It's like it's ridiculous.
In 5 years
Why
old,
isn't the Democratic Party saying something?
if you type in 5-year-old in ICE custody, it is the primary thing all over the internet. It's all over the place.
And that's the age problem.
Went down to check on this young man. You know what I'm saying, little boy.
Okay, so
So you're saying charge it to the game on the little black girl, but then, and you're probably saying charge it to the game on the little Mexican, but he dies too because I think he's on.
She's Dominican, just like he Mexican.
Because she's Dominican, charge it to the game. Are you fucking kidding me?
yes.
What's wrong with
And
y'all?
no one is sister. Nobody's kidding you.
Y'all sound crazy as hell saying that.
We sound crazy to you. Now, I have one question, sister. I got one question.
Cool to everybody else, but on this channel right here.
Oh, now okay. So now we're just gonna.
This is my channel.
This is your channel, so you could just stomp on people's freedom of speech, like you say the TikTokers, right?
I'm not stomping on your freedom of speech. I'm just saying that on this channel right here, I'm not down with someone saying that a child that charge it to the game when a child like that could be preventable in captivity dies of a preventable situation.
In captivity?
Really?
She was in a facility with her parents, correct?
That doesn't even matter.
Was she in a car with her? How did this happen again?
You know what? They shouldn't have came here the wrong way.
That's right.
They would have been all right. You don't see me going to doggone South Central Los Angeles, going to Compton.
And you keep on saying little Dominican girl or little black girl. What was her name? Huh?
I'm gonna replay it. I'm gonna replay the
whole thing. No. You know, little
if we could not do that.
Well, what's her name again?
Exactly. Now, my question is this. I have one question. One question only. Sister.
Black. That's all I heard.
Okay, hold on, brother. Brother, you and I, we tracking like an old hound dog, like a VCR. Now, sister,
listen, I don't need y'all like trying to like double team and jump on me.
We're not. Nobody's double teaming. We're just asking, sister. We're asking for facts.
Now she Panamanian? She not even Dominican?
Oh, she's a Panamanian girl now.
They came from Dominican Republic into Panama.
Okay, but she's wrong.
They came from Dominican Republic, okay, and then they went into Panama and they came up.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Okay. Bottom line, sister.
Panamanian, Caribbean, whatever it is.
Okay, sister. Sister,
on a child.
Let's claim them.
Sister, how far back in this country do your ancestors go?
I don't. Past the 1800s because they've been here way long, very long.
Past the 1800s? Are you sure?
Very sure.
Yeah, because my oldest, my oldest known.
I don't want to hear about yours. The Murrays, Lockett's, Fletcher's.
Typical. Don't want to hear about shit when shit get real.
Listen, Fletcher's, Murray's, Lockett's, and Smith looked them up. Okay. Because you asked me my thing and gotten into yours. Okay, so yeah, you asked me a question about mine. Those are my family. You said, well, I don't know. TMI man in high cap. I don't know. I don't think so. No, I just have
a simple question.
Passion for human beings. You guys just said charge it to a game. An 8-year-old passed away in custody and of a thing that when I actually showed the story. It said it was preventable.
Yeah, and you know what? And that's why
you didn't see the thing.
There's a black
it's not
woman.
gonna convince me nothing.
There's a black woman in the state of Illinois where I'm from that got unarmed black woman that got shot in the face by a white police officer who shouldn't have been a police officer anyway because he got kicked out the military after 2 years of service and this and that. Only when I typed, because I was the first one typing on this stream when it started over 3 hours ago, remember? And you talked about that for how many minutes? Probably about 6 tops. Shouldn't we be talking about our people and how we got a victory that a police officer has been sentenced to 20 years in prison, and in the state of Illinois, he has to
that
do
was you in the
17.
live chat in the beginning, and she mentioned it briefly when you brought it up.
Briefly.
Oh,
thank
that
you.
was you. Oh,
That was me, brother.
Breaking news. She kind of
Yeah,
blew that off.
breaking
Like,
news. That was
yeah,
me.
that's
But
good
we're
and
talking
everything.
about TikTok, and we're talking about Panamanians that came, talking about Panamanians that are supposed to be Dominican, but now they're Panamanians, and it's like, make up your mind. All of this, it's like, well, you got doggone blacks in this country who families go back in the United States all the way, like mine go back to, well, I know my eldest relative died in, 1815, and there's a cemetery in Louisiana that was erected in 1803, and that's the reason I know all of my family background, because everybody's buried in St. Michael of the Archangel Cemetery. Now, the only question I have in my mind is why my grandfather changed the family name to a common American name from a French name. And I never got an answer for it, but that's all right, you know.
Do you think there's a record behind that record somewhere?
No, there's not a record behind the record. He changed it for some weird reason. I don't know why he did it. But everyone in my family is named after someone in my family. Every Robert, every Irene, every Eleanor, every Victoria, Victorian, Vicky, Michael, Alvin, Cleve.
You see how you talk about some very. This is egoism.
This is not egoism. This is real.
You're talking about your Elvins and Cleves, and I'm talking about a person.
Well, I could talk about mine because I know this to be true. Unlike a lot of black people in the United States, they're lost. Not to diss anyone, but hey, it is what it is.
So what was that little girl's name again? Can you say it yourself?
U.S. Customs and Border Protection admits the agency failed to protect an 8-year-old girl who died in their custody.
Oh, now they're British.
CBS News correspondent Lilia
That's
Luciano
rich.
spoke with the child's parents.
Si hubieran llamado a la ambulancia antes, yo sé que mi hija estuviera aquí conmigo.
If they had called the ambulance sooner, you know your daughter would be here. Mabel Alvarez says she lost count of the times she begged for an ambulance to take her 8-year-old daughter, Anadit, to the hospital over multiple days.
Cuando ellos
Say her
quisieron
name.
llamar a la ambulancia,
When they finally wanted to call the ambulance took about 5 minutes. That's when I realized how close the hospital was to us and that they could have done something.
The family, originally from Honduras, migrated to Panama, where Anadit was born. Mabel and her husband Russell say their situation there became unlivable and felt forced to migrate north. They took a 5-month journey across Mexico.
His name,
The day we were crossing the river, she grabbed my hand happy. Daddy, Daddy, let's go. Let's go to Grandma. She's going to buy me a doll.
He says when they crossed the border into Brownsville, Texas, they thought they were finally somewhere safe.
El problema fue al
No.
cruzar ya.
The problem was crossing and being in Texas.
Ahí mismo borde pasó ahí.
The border patrol there was our nightmare.
The 5 went to a U.S. detention center in Donna, Texas, where Anadit got sick and tested positive for the flu. They were then moved to a Border Patrol station in Harlingen, Texas for isolation. Preliminary U.S. Customs and Border Protection findings confirmed that the family repeatedly requested medical attention, including an ambulance for Anadit, who suffered from sickle cell anemia and had a heart condition.
él se paró enfrente de mi hija y le dijo,
A patrol agent didn't believe me. He stood in front of my daughter and told her, "Tell me how you can't breathe, because a girl that can't breathe would be passing out, and you're not passing out. You're fine," he told my daughter.
The preliminary findings also found the family requested medical attention at least 9 times. A nurse contractor denied at least 3 requests to call an ambulance and also didn't properly record medical visits. It also found officials failed to consult an on-call pediatrician. The last time Mabel went to seek medical help for her daughter, she was turned away. And before getting back to her cell, Anadit had a seizure and collapsed. Russell saw it all happen.
I looked at my daughter and I said to myself, my daughter is saying, "Daddy, I can't go on. They killed me. I can't go on."
en su mirada,
The look in her eyes.
She just looked at me and she was gone.
She was sick and I told her, "Baby, there's your daddy. Look at him."
y los doctores me estaban viendo.
The doctors were looking at me and said, "What happened?" I told them, "You've already killed my daughter."
A CBP official concedes the system failed her, saying, quote, "There were many parts of the system that did not function as designed to protect Anadit." That official says reforms are underway to ensure those errors don't occur again.
It's still difficult for me. I miss her at night. I remember her as a loving child.
Ella soñaba bastante.
She dreamed of so many things. She had big dreams for herself.
On Tuesday, an independent court-ordered review cited Anadit's death as a preventable tragedy that raises profound concerns. I'll tell you, this story, there's just so much that we can't include in these few minutes. But as you know, Camilo Montoya Galvez and I have been he's been working on this story far longer. It's been,
Like he said, charge it to the game. Here we go. Charge it.
Yeah. I had a question though. Again, proud Americans, if you're listening tonight, hit the like button, share, and subscribe. My one question is, what type of loving mother with many children crosses barefooted through a long journey, country through country, just to get over to the United States illegally? What type of loving mother gives the coochie up to this type of simp? What type of mother gives the coochie up to that type of simp?
Hold on, bro. Now, bruh, I gotta push
you see
back.
that simp right there?
No, bruh. Now, I gotta push back on you on that one. Talking about he's a simp. How you gonna be a simp when you ain't got money to simp? Honest
What
question
type of
right
goofy?
now.
Why would, like,
Okay,
how
I'm looking
could
at
you
it
get
like this. Hold on, bruh.
all them countries to cross over?
But bro, we communicate very well. Now, a brother in the United States can't get a black woman to agree to walk to the store with him. But this dude from wherever the hell he from, a woman walked thousands of miles, whatever it is, the distance, with him, with the family, to try to achieve a better life, illegally, under, our laws, illegally, right? I mean,
Right.
am I wrong? Am I wrong? Now, if
You're right.
black women in the United States were like that, they would not be the least married demographic of woman and have the worst credit rating of all other women in the United States of America today, with the most children born out of wedlock. So that's one positive for the brother. And I say that because he's a melanated person, but it ain't so much him. The women over there, they do know how to follow a man's lead, while the women over here are trying to doggone be the center and the quarterback. How you gonna hike and say hike and throw the ball? Black women out there out of pocket, but not all of them, just the ones that I don't
have
deal
a point. You do have a point.
I want to hear.
You do have a point.
I want to hear somebody else talk. Mosi, are you there? Are you there? I don't know. Maybe he's doing something, but I need to hear somebody else because this is.
He's sleeping. You hear him in the background.
I mean, there's no slander about me for failure to pay child support or anything after the relationship went wrong. My children love me. Plenty of videos that I have on my YouTube channel support that, along with a video of me and my ex-wife. She was listening to Luther, feeling herself, and we actually started stepping like in Chicago. And then when she was doing her dance thing, and then when she found out I was friends, like, all right, Leonard, stop that bullshit. Now then she got to, I'm like, yeah, your mama feeling herself listening to Big Luther on the big screen TV with my doggone 5.1 super duper sound system. You know what I mean?
All right. I'm just okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Women, a lot of women can say a lot of stuff about me.
Were those the speakers that stand up from the floor?
Yeah, I got the Bose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my whole system is a complete Bose.
I think, do y'all come here to purposely just derail the conversation?
No, we don't derail the conversation. You are a Democrat liberal woman, and this is how you're going to be on your show. And you don't want to hear.
I'm not a Democrat. I don't want to hear you talk about your Bose system. What the fuck is that got to do with
what the Reverend Whoop-ass said? He said
Democrat.
Okay.
Not a Democrat. I've already discussed that whole thing.
Well, you already discussed it openly.
Hot Democratic mouth.
I don't got time for bullshit. I'm not fixing to sit here and argue with people that want to double team me on some like Republican bullshit. You want to be Republicans? Shout out. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. So take that bullshit somewhere else. You said about this young lady, charge her to the game. That to me is sick as fuck. To like look at a little baby and say, you know what, charge her to the game. Who gives a fuck? She ain't FBA. And now you want to talk about your speaker system and you were dancing with your wife and this, that, the other. Well, guess what? She ain't going to get a chance to do that because she's dead. And people want to say that Pan-Africanism is wrong and it's dead and whatever. Y'all want to be the FBAs and this, that, the other. Well, what's your lineage? That shit's dumb. I don't agree with that. No. I have not hinted once about my politics. Exactly. Get the fuck up out of here, bro. What's being a Democratic woman got to do with anything? Exactly. Because they're trying to come up here and they want to dominate my panel. I don't know if there's a back chat somewhere where they like say to each other, okay, I'm gonna come up first, then you come up, and then we're gonna like fucking tag team her with a bunch of bullshit and promote Republican talking points. Okay, you guys are Republican, I get it. You guys are far right, you guys are conservative. And I'm like on the left, I'm Democrat. And as much as I say I'm not a Democrat, you guys want to keep like saying I'm a Democrat. Well then, okay, fine. I'm a Democrat. Why are you here? Why do you go on a Democratic page to push Republican things? If I'm Democrat, then why don't go to a Republican thing and be in solidarity with your Republican brothers and sisters? Why are you on my page arguing with me about being a Democrat if I'm a Democrat so much? Are you bored? Is the Republican side of things boring to you? I mean, when you go on those channels, are you like, you know what, it's kind of boring. You know, let me go over here where Genesis is at and let's just spice it up. Let's go back and forth with her because it's probably more entertaining than what we talking about over here on the Republican side. Because there's a plenty of Republican media you can go to. You don't have to come to my channel and be and do this whole Democrat versus Republican bullshit. So I'm just going to continue on with my show, bro. I'm not going to continue. I'm not going to let y'all double team me. Y'all go back and forth and all that. No, you're not going to do that on my channel. Go somewhere else. There's plenty of channels that agree with what your ideology is. Go ahead to them. Let me go. Let's go.
He is arguably the world's most well-known streamer. Whether he is doing Cristiano Ronaldo's goal celebration or literally barking with excitement, IShowSpeed has captured audience across the globe. And the young American with more than 50 million YouTube subscribers has just wrapped up a 20-country tour of Africa.
And can I just say this real quick, is that I'm having all this discord in my chat now. Once you guys come here, I'm being called names. I'm being called communist trash. I'm being called like bitchs. So I don't really see any benefit to having you nor him on my channel. Because when you get up here, I've been here on a peaceful live. It don't have to be 200,000 people in my live. I'm cool with having a small group of people that agree with me than having people come up here with that, what people just said about a little baby and saying charge it to the game. I don't want that rhetoric on my channel. If I say a 8-year-old child died of sickle cell at the hands in custody in the immigration facility, it doesn't matter that they were illegal or not. They were not given proper medical treatment. You know, the ICE agent said, listen, if you breathing, right, you know, whatever. Well, my grandfather, whatever, you know, we don't talk about everything else. You don't get to come up here and try to dominate my channel with this rhetoric and bullshit. And then you get to change my fucking audience that's in the chat. They get to like cussing at me and cuss that's what you get off on, is that you come over here, you start to push your rhetoric, and then my whole chat turns into anti-me, and that's what you get off on. Honey, time's up with that. I'm done with that. I'm not keeping on. That's not gonna happen. Yeah, this is what happened on the panel, right? Duluth, Bud, you seen how we had a beautiful thing going on here. We were talking about the subjects and everything. People were really feeling heartfelt about everything going on. But then he came, right? He gets to start talking about proud Americans, da, da, da. Then he has a little buddy. I don't know if he's friends with him in the back chat somewhere. People get to like piling up on my thing against me. and then they get to like teaming up against me, and then you start getting people up here like, you bitch, you this. This is what happens when they get to talking. He brings his little buddies here. Then I start seeing a bunch of like things in my chat, cursing me, calling me all types of names and all type of stuff. This did not exist before he got up here. So I know for a fact that he's the one bringing this type of energy to my chat. Nobody was calling me all types of names before he got here. The man in the high castle, and then the other guy. And if they were, it was you that was saying stuff. Even when the other guy was saying, he asked me a question or whatever, and he had his little points. But as far as like actually like I had to like delete comments because they're like calling me names and all this stuff. That does not start to exist until and I knew. I said, let me just see if this happens. You know, let me just see what happens. I'm gonna bring him up. I'm gonna bring his buddy up. I'm gonna see how it goes down. And I swear to God, the moment that you guys get to talking, you get with your rhetoric. I swear the whole chat turns into anti-me. They get to calling me all types of derogatory, like cursing and all types of stuff to me. So there's something to what you're doing, and I don't want that anywhere near me. So if that's what you are coming here to do, cut it out, go somewhere else. Witch doctors are across the way, go on his chat. Do not come to my realm over here with that bullshit. Right, was learning so much. I was over here like going down, talking about different things. Troy, Mosey Cepha was breaking down how this whole thing was a certain thing. Woo, woo, woo. But then the whole thing switched up, changed up, because when he got to talking, it turned into an argument about, well, do you know who she is? And well, it doesn't matter. I don't like know her name by heart, whatever. I just know as a little black girl that this happened to. And I'm hearing more about little Liam than I've heard about her. I've never heard about her until I heard about Liam. They had to bring her back up because of Liam. The 5-year-old that Jasmine Crockett got to like experience and what he was going through. And to say charge it to the game. I'm not down with that cold-hearted. I don't know where y'all come from with that. If that's an FBA mindset, I don't want nothing to do with any of that, bro. And then you get mad about somebody saying it's FBA. Well, honey, whenever we talk about this, it always boils down to, well, this is not a Black American, so why should I care? Where's she from? Dominican, whatever she's from. Man, she's deceased. What? She's deceased. And then he gets to talk about his like TV and my 5-inch TV I got in my thing. We was dancing to it. We had the speakers up, and I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? Let me go back to Jasmine Crockett discussing this little young man, because I'm not gonna let y'all bring that negative, like talking about like I want a person that has compassion, that cares about people to be on my channel. So one day ago, Jasmine Crockett was calling for the release of Liam. And I believe in compassion. I believe in people that care about each other. I don't believe in people that, based on if you're FBA, that we should not care. Well, it's their karma and all this other crazy stuff that people say. You know, I don't believe in that. No one should have to suffer inhumane abuse when they don't deserve it. Why would it be his karma? Why would that be his karma? Why would it be a 5-year-old karma to suffer? Because he's not Black American? Because he came over the border, his family might have came over the border illegally, he deserves to suffer and die? What are you talking about? I don't get that mindset. What are we talking about here? What are we doing? Y'all have bought the fucking program, bro. Y'all have bought it, and you're bought and sold and paid for, bro. You a Democrat, you leftist. Well, honey, I'd rather be on the left than be on that bullshit. If that is what the right is, well, honey, I want to run to the left, far away from that. Because if that's what the right is kicking out, that we should say, well, charge it to the game. Well, that's what they deserve. They're illegal. He deserved to die. Like, what are we talking about here? What the fuck are we doing? Is this a humanity? So they're not humans? How dare we sit here as humans and just demonize a little baby, he had a little like bunny ear, little blue, little bunny hat on. I have children. I could never imagine a person looking at my little daughter and see her with her little bunny ears and say, well, charge it to the game. Whatever, bitch, fuck her. This ain't about she ain't FBA or she ain't FBI, whatever the fuck it is. So it ain't got shit to do with me. And I'm gonna tell you about me and my wife was up here dancing and this, that, the other with my 5 big old TV screen, and we was playing this music or whatever. And what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Get the hell away from me, far away. Take that rhetoric somewhere else. This is not the panel for that type of behavior. If that's what you want to talk about, if you want to big up that type of stuff, don't be around me at all. Be away from me. I don't like it. Let's go.
I just want to paint a picture. Imagine being a free-willed, loving kiddo. And all of a sudden, one day, you're thrown on a plane. You're sent 1,500 miles away from home. And you don't understand what's going on. All you know is that your friends are gone. You have one set of pants, one shirt. Your dad washes your pants and your shirt out every single day and then hangs it by a unit to try to dry it overnight. You don't have your mom, who is currently 4 months pregnant with your sibling. And frankly, at this point in time, you've gotten depressed to the extent that you've stopped eating. This is the story of Liam. The sad reality of what we found when we went to Dilley was that Liam was not the only one. You have so many mothers in this facility. They didn't care about themselves. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. They were concerned about their children. We heard the same story over and over and over about how they were depressed, about how they weren't eating, about how children were throwing up. We went into a housing facility because I don't know that they were really trying to take us into one, but we went, and there was an area that was almost set up like a kids' play area. And we walked in, and as soon as we walked in, everyone kind of flooded towards us. And at some point in time, it seems like they told us that they were actually educating these kids. And the kids were like, no, we're not in school. We're not getting anything. And so my staffer is like, what's up? Because y'all told us they were getting this. They reopened this facility that had been shuttered under the Biden-Harris administration. They reopened this facility back in April of last year. They continue to house children there, and they are not getting any education. Their education is being thwarted. And then when pressed about it, they said, well, we're working on it. And I said, well, what exactly are you doing? They said, well, we're going to get some packets in here. And I said, what are the packets going to do? Are you going to have teachers? Well, we have somebody that has an educational background. Listen, I did criminal defense work, y'all. I'm here to tell you that the treatment that these people are suffering under right now is worse than those that are accused and sometimes even convicted of crimes. That's how bad it is. So people wonder, like, why is it that people are outraged? Why is it that the people in Minneapolis have taken to the streets? Because they are kidnapping their neighbors. We know that Trump lied. We know that all he does is lie. Because the first thing I wanted to know was how many criminal convictions do y'all have? How bad are these folks? Oh, no. You can't be here and have a record. Y'all, I can't tell you how many innocent, precious children we talk to. We talked to a 16-year-old, and one of my staffers says, man, the level of maturity on that kid. That kid had about 4 younger siblings and his mom. They had been there for 8 months. When we walked in, they gave us a packet, and it said the average detention time was 28 days. We didn't meet anybody who had been there for less than probably 2 months. This is not right. And when I asked the person that is over the attorneys that are there to represent the government, I asked them, I said, you know, what is happening? You've been here long enough. You're a government employee. You've been here through various administrations. And frankly, he said, the difference is somehow they're trying to prosecute these cases while keeping people in custody. That is not what they normally would do. That is what this administration has decided to do. They have decided to play with people mentally. They have decided to tell people things like, well, you're not going to be able to see your kids if you do this, or we're not going to do this if you do that, or we're not going to give you your court dates. This is terrible what is happening. And I really don't know what it's going to take for there to be a wake-up call in this country. But I am here to tell you that we are supposed to be better than this. We talk to people that are saying, you know what, I'm from Cuba, as one woman said, and she was crying profusely saying, and they are sending me to Ecuador. What are we doing? So I'm here standing with my colleague because no, we won't fund this nonsense. We both voted no on that bill. We are asking our colleagues in the Senate to do their part. Stand up for people. Stand up and show them what humanity looks like. We know this administration doesn't care about us, but frankly, when people literally are talking about the water that they are drinking is not safe, if you allow this to continue to happen, then you are complicit. We have to do our part. As the legislative branch, we have the power of the purse, not the president. It is time for us to flex our power. So thank you so much for being here.
Right. So that is what I want to like say. Like, no kid should be in cages. No kid should be not afforded the correct, medical treatment. No kid should be starving. I mean, if they don't want to train them and teach them or whatever, okay, fine. But just the basic human decency. We can't sit up here and be this cold. Now, Man in High Castle been staying in the back chat. He wants to say something. What do y'all think? Should I let him say something or not? Do you want to hear what the Man in High Castle want to say? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to hear his opinion. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. Because he stayed throughout that whole thing where I just said, you know what? We're not going to have a whole thing calling me a leftist because I'm saying I care about a child. I'm a mother. I'm a nurturer. I could never look at a little baby and be like, yeah, you deserve that. What? That's sick. People care more about dogs, getting hurt. You know what I'm saying? If you put your dog out right now in the cold, honey, the whole neighborhood, they have this app called Neighborhood Next Door. They will damn near call the police on your ass. But you have a child, and because he might have came over here illegally with his parents that were trying to find a better life, right? Because in Mexico, wherever they came from, it clearly was not what was up. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why people will go across bridges, oceans, mountains to get the hell away from whatever is going on in their country to come to America. Yeah, they might be in a better condition, but they're dying. The kids are dying. So what better condition is dying? What do you mean? When you're saying a child is lethargic and sleeping and barely able, and listen, here's the thing. The problem is that people do not think that it can happen to us. Let me tell you something. It is happening also to American citizens. They came over here illegally, did they? Well, it's also happening in America to Americans.
Detention camps for U.S. citizens. Watch this video from being inside one of those Watch this video, then we'll talk.
I was violently arrested and detained by ICE 2 days ago with my.
Oh wait, you're gonna say, "Oh, she's white." If she don't matter, she's a white woman. It ain't us yet, but okay. Human life. We need to have some level of. I don't know where we lost our compassion. I don't know if we became nihilists, where we are just we're getting off on this. That is weird. I just showed you. Listen, go back. Listen, I'm not going to replay it again. Rewind the tape. Go and listen. Hit the red thing. Draw it back. And I just played the video where the girl died of sickle cell in ICE custody. Now Liam is over there. He's barely looking like he barely can keep his head up. Children have died in ICE custody. All right. This is not about us. We don't have to make everything about us. That's crazy. What do you think about this? So if a person say, well, man, I'm sick. Man, I got a cough. Well, you know what? I had a cough, you know what I'm saying? Like a year ago, I had a cough too. Oh, my leg is hurting. Well, you know, my leg was hurting. My leg used to hurt. You know, every time something happened to somebody else happening right now, we want to go back into when it happened to us. I'm sure police are still pulling over people and whooping their ass, but that does not mean that we need to say fuck them and say that they deserve it because it happened to us. That is the part that I find almost sick. You know what I'm saying? In our minds that we're like, well, we had to go through it, so fuck would they let them go through it too. Listen, you don't even know what they went through before they got here. Why would they flee their country if they were living good? Why would they risk their lives to walk miles to get up to America? Clearly, wherever they came from was not what it was. You know what I'm saying? It was not what it is. They said, you know what? I'm willing to die to go to America for a better life because whatever is happening over here is not what's up. And you imagine you come across that border and your child dies. And we say, you know what? Well, so what? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Shouldn't have came over here illegally. Damn. No humanity. We just became these sociopaths, psychopaths. Are we really we are becoming the sociopaths that we try to say that white people are? We really bought the program. Oh, you know, the white people, look at how they're doing us. Well, honey, if you are looking at other people the same way that they're looking at you, you're no better than them. And I don't agree with that. That shit is weird, and I don't fuck that. If you look at that shit the same way, your so-called people that you were talking about how they did it to us, and you're saying, well, guess what? They just getting their karma. But we want to always talk about slavery and the things and how we were slaves. What karma does a person coming from South America have against us as slaves? What karma does a person coming from the Caribbean, from Haiti, Jamaica, what karma are they getting that they deserve that have to do with us as slaves? And this was a clear black family. The only difference that you would even know, if they didn't speak Spanish, you wouldn't even know that they was from Honduras or wherever the hell they came from. Panama, Dominican. I thought it was a Dominican girl. Then it became, well, do you even know her name? No, I didn't know her name. I looked it up and that's what her name was. So what? The bottom line is I knew her face though. I remember her little face. And it bothers me that this happened, you know what I'm saying, little baby, you know what I'm saying? And I can imagine as a mother, how that would be to lose a child. I've lost a child, so I know how heart-wrenching that is. and I can identify and I can empathize with her. I think that these men don't have any empathy in their hearts, and that shit is sick. Fuck the FBA if that's what that FBA movement is about. You guys need to like fucking get a heart, bro. If I only had a heart. Is this like the fucking Wizard of Oz?
Friend in Minneapolis, and I want to share a little bit about the story just because I think it's important that people know. We were alerted that ICE was in our neighborhood, and so went to the scene to continue alerting the neighborhood that ICE was in the area. We've been doing this by blowing on our whistles, honking our horns. So we were following 2 ICE vehicles and doing just that. When they got out of their vehicles, surrounded the car, pepper sprayed into the front windshield vent of the car, and then proceeded to come back and break the glass on both the passenger and driver side of the vehicle and drag us out of the car and arrest us and take us to the federal detention center in St. Paul, Minnesota. When I was put into the car with ICE, I was with 3 agents. Those agents immediately started to taunt me, mock me. They told me that I was ugly. They took a picture of me. And the worst thing that they said was the driver of the vehicle said that you guys need to stop obstructing us. That's why that lesbian bitch is dead, referring to Renee Good, who was murdered in Minneapolis in the same neighborhood that we had been taken just last week. And that was absolutely shocking to hear. I was filled with rage. I think I called him a fucking bigot. It was like a truly like how can you say that? How could anybody say that? Knowing how the community is impacted and grieving. You truly must just not care and not see this person as human. So when we got to the detention center, we were put into ankle shackles and then brought into the U.S. citizen wing of the center. We were essentially had to beg for any water to go to the bathroom. I was never given a phone call in the 8 hours that I was there. And I think the most disturbing part to me when I was there is we were hearing, just wailing from women, desperate crying. I heard a man say, "Let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go," over and over again. We heard a child crying. Just like all of this like pain we could hear from the cells that we were in. But then that was juxtaposed with hearing all of the federal agents that were walking around in the building that were making the operation happen. They were having small talk with each other. They were laughing. They were, having lighthearted conversation, and just the duality of that and the fact that how disconnected you must have to be from your fellow human's pain to be able to talk about those everyday things while.
Thank you for the super chat. Let me just play this real quick for you. But we're gonna get right back to the story because I think that we need to stop all the weird I don't know, just having no compassion at all. Zero. Let's go.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money.
I would have played it longer, but I just want to get back to this story because I think that people need to understand as Americans being also put into these detention centers. She looks emaciated. I don't know if she even ate. This is crazy.
People are literally screaming and crying in the background because they've been ripped away from their livelihoods and their families. Was again, I feel like I'm not shocked by much anymore, but it was shocking. and scary. And at one point, my friend who was arrested alongside me, he was brought into another room for questioning by 3 HSI agents. And they offered him money or legal protection for any undocumented family members that he might have, which he does not have any undocumented family members, but they offered him legal protection for any undocumented family members if he gave up the names of other undocumented people that he knew or the names of protest organizers. So they literally offered him a bribe. And another person, another U.S. citizen that was in his same cell, a Hispanic man, was offered that same deal. They both said no. Yeah, it was a wild experience. At the end of the day, we were not charged with anything, which is apparently what's been happening for observers who are being arrested and brought to detention. They're usually let go within a few hours and not charged with anything, which would maybe insinuate that we're not actually doing anything illegal, and that this operation is more of an operation of terror and to scare people, to dehumanize people, than it is to enforce the laws. And yeah, I've been a Minneapolis resident for 14 years. I've never felt less safe in my own community with all of these ICE agents running around on power trips, trigger happy. Yeah, it is. It's a scary place to be, but also, you know, they are thinking that all of this excessive use of force, the detentions, that this is going to deter people, that it's going to scare people. And it is scary, but it's also like, they don't realize that we are doing this from a deep place of love and caring for our community. And you can't break that. You know, that is more powerful than fear most of the time, almost every time, you know? And so people aren't shying away. People aren't being pushed into submission. More and more people are getting activated around this issue. People who have never been involved before in protests are showing up. They're figuring out ways to get involved. They're checking in with their neighbors on their block. They don't realize that this is radicalizing us. They don't realize that when you pepper spray high school students, that the people of Minneapolis are going to rise up, that the students, the young people, are going to rise up. I had a short conversation with a Border Patrol agent when I was in detention, and he just wanted to know, why are you here? I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. And, you know, I explained to him why we are showing up to protect our neighbors. And at the end of the conversation, he's like, you know, thank you for that conversation. I just really thought all of you are crazy. And it's like, yeah, we aren't crazy. We aren't crazy. I mean, if it's crazy to show up for your neighbors and defend people who are part of your community, who are contributing to your community, and to prevent them from getting ripped away from their families, if that's crazy, if you think it's crazy to oppose U.S. citizens being arrested and detained illegally, like, if you think that's crazy, then okay, maybe I'm crazy. But yeah, no, we are doing this from like a grounded place of love and support and care. So I wanted to share that story, and the love and support that I've experienced post detention has been enormous and overwhelming. But you know, I just wanted to go home when I was in this detention facility, and it just kept hitting me that, like, I get to go home. I get to go home. Most of the people in here do not get to go home. I saw probably up to 100 people in that facility, mostly Hispanic, some East African, just, you know, despondent. They don't get to go home. They don't get to go back to their families, to go back to their jobs, to go back to their community. And that is unconscionable. So that's why we're out here doing this work. That's why it's important that we need to continue to fight and fight as hard as we possibly can. and show them that Minneapolis doesn't go out lying down, you know? So thanks again, and keep up the good fight.
Now, I've been talking a lot about Minnesota, as I think a lot of other people have been talking about Minnesota for numerous reasons. Now, there are two things that I'm going to say because I don't want this video to be too long. I don't want this video to be too long. Point number one. Remember how I say all the time on this platform, what happens to the most marginalized of us will eventually happen to all of us. What is happening right now in Minnesota? They are testing out, effectively testing out what will be implemented across the United States. What is happening in Minnesota will happen everywhere. As a New Jersey girl, the amount that I've been seeing coming out of Trenton right now, the amount of videos, people screaming in the streets, people blacking out their curtains, peeking out, seeing in Trenton right now. A lot of people thought, oh my gosh, that would never happen in Jersey. What happens to the most marginalized of us will eventually happen to all of us. This is happening across the United States. And depending on where you are, maybe your feed, maybe your news sources are focusing more on some spaces than other. If you're in Florida, the Orlando area is getting hit hard. If you're in Jersey right now, it's the Trenton area, the entire state of Minnesota, but more specifically the Minneapolis area, like everywhere. So if you think, oh, well, you know, it's not happening here right now, so I think we should be good, I say give it a week. Point number two, something that I personally am very concerned about is because everything that's been happening in the United States has been normalized over a period of time, right? Like abuses against Black and Indigenous people getting used to seeing dead Black people in the streets, people getting used to the loss of women's rights and autonomy. Like there's been so much that's been normalized, should not be normalized, but has been normalized, right? So this entire wings dedicated to citizens in the United States, where they just kind of get to go have like, especially when it comes to white people, something that I am concerned about in the future, especially because the bar just keeps getting raised. The temperature is just getting raised higher and higher, and people are just getting comfortable being burned alive, right? So something that I am concerned about, and I'm hoping it doesn't happen. I'm hoping that people, especially the white folks, get their ish together quickly enough so that way we don't reach this next level of dystopia. But I don't want these U.S. citizen wings of the ICE Center to be almost chicified for the people who are the liberals that are fighting for justice. Ooh, I spent a weekend here and it was so this, that, and that proves that I'm here for freedom. So like almost like a mark of honor of like, oh, well, that's how I know. I don't know if what I'm saying is making sense. But like, I'm almost thinking of it as when the Black Lives Matter protests were happening back in 2020. And yes, there were some white people that were there and like fighting for the cause, but there were some that would try and make like content around the protests. And I'm like, this is concerning. This is not, and not just content as in like, oh, look at what the police are doing, but trying to like create a brand for themselves. It's like, I'm a real freedom fighter and and this is my get ready with me for the protest, and this is my get ready with. Like, I don't want the normalization of what happened there to now happen to these U.S. citizen wings of these concentration camps. Oh, I'm sorry, of these plantations. This is not normal. None of this is normal. I don't want people to start getting used to any of this. But for people to not get used to any of this, that would mean that there needs to be enough rage for something to change. Like the peaceful protesting and the like, yes, I would love if there's a midterm election that comes around later this year. I would adore that. Has everybody in power been not so subtly hinting at there won't be? Listen, we'll see what happens. We will literally have to see what happens. But like, folks aren't angry enough. And I recognize that for folks to actually be angry enough for something to change, that would mean that things are going to get quite bloody in the streets. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not looking good. But those are my thoughts. Just want to keep y'all updated. Stay safe out there. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
I mean, I think that this is, that's what I really am talking about, humanity. We don't have to talk about virtues. Yeah. So I'm not saying that we need to care about everybody. I'm just saying let's not sit up here and look at a child and say, so what? Look what? Anyways, I'm gonna do this last thing talking about ISO Speed. He got his Ghanaian passport. I'm gonna go into that real quick, and I'm gonna end this live. I personally I get exhausted when people do that, how they just did on this panel. That bothers me. I don't like it. I get it. People can just have their opinion about well, we went through it, and so we went through it, and so they gotta go through it too. Yeah, but no, I mean, it's not even about Pan-Africanism at this point. It's about just humanity. The loss of empathy. What is going on? I think that social media has removed our ability to empathize with each other as human beings. We've seen so much blood and gore and everything like this on social media that when we see a person being hurt, we're so disconnected from it that it's oh, well, hey, but you're not sitting there looking at this child. Could you really sit there, and look at a little baby in the face and be like, oh, well, could you really do that? And they're dying. Would you really go to that ICE facility, see this child barely breathing? Would you really say, oh, well? Or is it because it's all online in a video format to where you can have you can actually show this lack of compassion? I personally, if I see a person skateboarding and they fall a certain way, I feel it in my body, almost as if I fell. So I'm a very empathetic person. I cannot sit there and watch a child looking like he's emaciated, not eating, and not feel for them. So that's why I'm saying that for the people that don't have any compassion, why do you come to my channel to try to exercise your lack of compassion? There's so many other panels you could go on, and you guys can have a whole lack of compassion fest. Y'all can talk about fuck these. Y'all can just go in. Go on Twitter, honey. It's a whole. Y'all can have whole all night sessions saying, man, you know what I'm saying? And they can just go in and just be vile with it. Because Twitter ain't going to, they're not going to cut your words. You can really, really get down in the dirt with it. Fuck. You can really go down with it and really say what you want to say. Why do you come on my channel that if you call me a leftist and this, that, the other, fine. Why would you be on my leftist person having compassion channel? And then the crazy thing is that even though I say that I have no political party, but I was sarcastically saying, okay, I guess I'm all the way, I'm a leftist, right? I'm all the way left. I'm all to the left, to the left, to the left. It was almost like they got off on hitting me up personally and saying, "See, you finally admitted it. I'm glad you finally admitted it." So I guess so what does that mean? Because I admitted it, now you know what to do to change my mind on I don't agree that this should be going down like this, and that makes me to the left. The right is down with massacre, down with killing, down with harming other people, down with looking at a child and saying, you know what, bump them. You know what, they came over illegally. They deserve what they get. Off with their heads. Really? Honey, and I bet you that all these people that's up here are talking about how they here illegal then probably done went to Walmart and stole some shit out the store and everything. That if you actually really look at these people's lives, half of them that's really got these extra hardcore ways they see things about how illegal somebody is. And if you look at their life, I bet you that they did things illegal. And if they were treated anywhere close to how ICE is treating these people, they wouldn't want to be in that situation. There's people that probably been in prison, and they're like, hell, and maybe that's why. Maybe you have been to prison, and you're like, you know what happened to me, so guess what? It's going to happen to you too. I did something illegal, and I had to deal with it, so just deal with the consequence. But we're talking about kids here, babies. Okay, so when you did something illegal and say you had your child with you, should your child then be put into a facility where they're not giving food, they're depressed because they don't have their parents, and they just let them die because you did something illegal? Should they suffer too? Is that just karma? That's the part I'm having an issue with. You know what? I'm gonna probably do the iShow Speed thing another time because this whole subject and the way that way that people were talking, it really bothers me. That bothers me. I just don't like it. I don't like it. You know, it hurts me to my core. When they say stuff like that, like, oh well, what? It really hurts me to my core, because I couldn't imagine being a mother in that situation, you know? And I have actual, like, real, I have kids, I have compassion. So it's hard for me to, and then they want to go back and forth and try to, like, triangulate me in the conversation, ask me stupid ass questions. And, oh, no, I'm asking you a question. I'm not fixing to answer your questions. I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about. You're fucking weird. Both of them. When I'm dancing with my ex-wife and I had my 10-inch TV screen, why the fuck are you talking about your 10-inch TV screen? I had my boombox radio that I bought for $3,000. Like, he's always trying to convince everybody he has money. I'm like, the whole thing is just like, he always wants to make it about what he got and what he had. And, well, you know, when I was a world-class DJ, well, honey, okay, fine. But this has nothing to do with what we're talking about right here. And then they want to over-talk me when I'm trying to say, because they want to get the stupid-ass point out. But I'm like, we were talking about a child that is in a bad situation. And you want to talk about your fucking boombox or your radio or your fucking stereo system that you and your ex-wife, by the way, was dancing with and dancing to, and Before I Let Go, or whatever fucking song it was. Who gives a fuck? Please watch the replay, guys. Please watch the replay. I'm exhausted. That drained me. It really does drain me when I hear this type of rhetoric. It really does, because I like, man, are people really thinking like this? It really hurts my soul. So, and I'm not even reading the comments because I really don't even want to see any more negativity. People up there putting up their get away with sanctuary cities, and okay, what does that have to do with this child that passed away? That the child right now that's in danger of passing on. What do you think is going to happen if this child passes away, this little 5-year-old Liam, in ICE custody? If they're not able to get to him quick enough and they're able to continue on treating these people the way that they're treating them, and he passes on, do you think that it's like, okay, oh, so what? Oh, well. Who raised you, bro? Who raised you? Who raised you? I'm gone. I'm going to talk to you guys tomorrow. I have to get some rest because this is really, we're saying we are either going to be equally comfortable or equally uncomfortable. ISIS deputized P-boys coming for us all. Amen. Straight up. Shouts out for
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to